Howdy folks, it's Johan, your favorite little ink blob, back at it today. I'm having one of those brain mornings, so we're gonna do some Jump King. Cause I think puzzles or even complex thinking for magic might break my brain today. So we're just gonna chill, see if we can climb up and... who knows? Wah. Do. So we were in Bargenberg, where we left off, and hopefully we can make it back to where the chimney jump occurs pretty quick. Whoomp. Not full jump, and then little jumps. Boop. Right, so to the right. Boop. Let's go where we can do a full jump. We'll take it. Okay. Well, already back there. Ah. Oh, do ho 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 ho. And up. Oh. Why did I jump that way? And then, of course, great start to the stream. Trying to think of things to talk about, because my weekend was not particularly... it was a lot of not particularly interesting things. Did not get around to any drawing or reading like I had been hoping, could not carve out the time for that. Watched probably far too much Mark Rober while doing other stuff. So, I have some interesting science facts, but even then, nothing I've vetted, just, ooh, cool, content. Lovely weather outside. One of those days that's a combination of rainy, but also sunny, where you just kind of feel confused, but it's pleasant. Higher order thoughts, philosophy and such. No thoughts, head empty. But okay, so Jump King. We have made it as far as Bargenberg, and I do not know how much more there is to go. I feel like from what I've seen, we probably aren't even halfway. We may stay that way for a while, but I don't know. I think that is one of the things that's interesting, is not knowing where the top is, not knowing when the end is coming. Because I find it a lot easier to jump confidently, and, you know, when we've already been through the area, of course, but also kind of when you know where you're going. Because you have it all planned out in your mind. So not knowing where we're going is a very interesting little component of staying determined with it. I think similar to the Sans fight was, for a while, not knowing on that final attack how long it goes makes it real difficult, especially when you get to where you think is the end, but then not quite. I don't know, the parts of video games that are interacting less directly with your skill or the in-game mechanics and more about how you are thinking and such, I find very interesting. You know, do you end up finding it demoralizing that you don't know how far the top is? Is it comforting so that if you are very close, you don't get too worried about it? I don't know. But fun times, fun little bits of progress. Doot, and to the left, not to the right, Johan. And not too far, please. Doot, doot. Big old jump, smaller jump, small jump, small. Well, okay, at least this is one of the ones that we have the most trouble with, so... Glad we didn't fall down past it. Oh, okay. More practice opportunity. Damn. But yeah, so probably going to be a mostly Jump Night stream today. Jump King. Jump King. I always do that. Because, I don't know, I would like to be getting through more of it, and I'm looking forward to getting around to Hollow Knight, but I'm also looking forward to just sort of digging in and enjoying climbing, platforming. I'm trying to think if I've ever actually played another platformer game. I guess you could argue that, Getting Over It is a form of platformer, also with similarly intentionally difficult controls. But beyond that, I've played a few minutes of Celeste. Yeah, I don't think I've played any other platformers except, anyone remember good old Lego.com games? I don't even remember what it was, but I know there were a couple of platformers because they were easy to make. Don't think I've even done, like, Minecraft parkour. Whoop, whoop. Oh, howdy! Thank you, Milk Crate. Double A in the crate. I appreciate it. Been doing this for, 12-ish hours. Then you realized your phone was upside down. Ah, I see. Doing less good that way? Oh, actually, hold up. I just realized I don't have my chat on screen because I am a professional. Appreciated. Ah, thank you. I have heard that I have a decent voice for streaming, which is funny because I don't like listening to it back in the recordings, but it is very reaffirming. Apologize, this is not... I normally have more interesting things to talk about, but I am still waking up. Wow. I have not beaten it at all. This is my first playthrough. I have seen people speedrun it, but not really paid much attention to it, so don't really have a great deal of idea of where I'm at and such. So that's part of the joy of this. For me, streaming is a way to work through a catalog of some games that I have been meaning to get around to, Jump King being one of them. I've done... Woo! Okay, good. But no, so like I've recently played Undertale and such for the first time. I say recently, it's been like a month and a half at this point, but yeah, just trying to get through some interesting stuff because I have not been playing a lot of games in the recent time of my life. Streaming has certainly helped that, but got kind of busy and wow, sorry, terrible frog in my throat. Whoa. Got busy with life and have kind of got into playing a lot of like idle games as a way to pretend that I'm being productive in the background of things, but not really engaging with games as a form of media, which made me kind of sad. So figured, hey, if I stream it, then I can pretend it's also like extra productive. So here we are. So yeah, I think I've been doing, I think I have about 12 hours under my belt. Furthest I have made it is the chimney jump in Bargenberg, or at least that is what folks in my chat have called it. Whoop. Do. Too far. Yeah, so been significantly enjoying this. Part of why I wanted to play Jump King was because I think it's a game that's probably very good for building resilience, because there's so much of it that is making progress and then falling right back down. And I don't know, that is something that I think is an important skill in life and something that I personally want to work on, so I'm finding a lot of joy in that, of, you know, falling all the way back down to the sewers and then going, that's fine, that's okay. I pick myself back up and we get climbing. And sometimes it's still a little rough, but it's significantly easier the second time around. And even more so the 10th. Boop, there we go. Although it certainly is easier when you actually remember your positioning on certain jumps. There we go. Whoop. I love the jumps where you don't think you've made it, but you just barely do. Makes makes even the same jump that you've done 100 times, when you get it just slightly wrong, very exciting. Like that. Aw. Could feel myself tense up. No more talk from the man in the cage. I heard someone at some point say that you could rescue him, but I have no clue how one would go about doing this. Nor am I sure that I really would want to. He does not seem like the best of people. Boo-doo-boo. You know, I've also never actually fully looked at the kitchen, so we've got sausages, carrots, like a full ham. But what's the blue on the counter? I don't know. Boop, boop. Dun, 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 dun. So knives and a whisk. Although at this time period, I believe most whisks were typically made out of, like, bundles of twig. Because metal was fairly expensive, and trying to, like, forge something that... Or is it a fork? It's a fork. It's a fork, Johan. No whisk lecture. Sad. Although now the coat of arms on the wall, or I guess they're just banners, but I'm being reminded of giving an impromptu lecture on, oh, what's the term for it? Because it's not just coat of arms, but, chivalric... Heraldry, there we go. Giving an impromptu lecture on heraldry to a group of people at my school. Because, look man, it's cool. It's cool how humans decide to create designs that represent themselves. And, I don't know, the rules that are within it of what makes sense and what doesn't, and even if it's not particularly relevant in the modern day, I don't think most of us are going to, you know, file with the College of Arms? I think that is in England. I mean, I'm sure there are probably other ways to get heraldry, that's just simply the one I'm aware of. Even though I don't think that's going to be relevant for most of us. Even though I don't think that's going to be relevant for most of us in the modern day. It's really interesting to understand it, at the very least from a, like, vexillological standpoint. Understanding how countries' flags came to be, because in a lot of cases, at least for a lot of, like, European, Western-influenced nations, the coats of arms are often a very important way of understanding that, some of the symbolism. And it's really cool when it intersects with modern vexillology. Although, I freely admit, I have very poor knowledge of flags. I did at one point know the flag of every country in the world, but that knowledge has since flown away. I should work on that again, though. Do some Sporkle speedruns. Pew pew. Dun 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 dun. Climbing, climbing, climbing. Oop, oop. There we go. Pew pew. Medium. Not big. I do find it interesting when a jump that you used to have dialed in, you no longer do. And I wonder what happens with that. Memory as a mechanism is always a very tough thing to wrap your head around because, you know, we don't fully understand it. We get roughly how memory is stored, but not where it's stored and how it gets forgotten or modified. I don't know. I am curious what the loss of acquisition mechanism is there. I wonder if it's because there's so many repetitive jumps that similar ones sort of start to overwhelm it. But you would expect that to happen on more different jumps, I would think. Oop, oop, oop. There we go. Ah. Human brain is just such a fascinating thing, though. It's not directly relevant to, like, forgetting how to do a thing, but, like, we found that the, motor, yes. The motor part of your brain, the mapping for the different parts of your body, are located fairly close to each other in the brain. So people, and the more that you use particular body parts, usually the larger the representation becomes in that sort of, I believe it's often referred to as like a homunculus. So the larger the representation of these body parts that you use more often gets, which makes a certain amount of sense. The more that you use it, the more skills that you acquire. Typically, the more processing is required to perform things with greater delicacy. But apparently, that can sometimes result in a issue with like guitar players, where there's a lot of very fine finger movement, where the regions of the brain that are responsible for managing each finger become so large that they basically grow and overlap each other rather than maintaining strict separation. So you lose the ability to move certain fingers individually, which is so wonky to me, that you can get so good at something that for your brain to manage it, it has a severe amount of difficulty. Whoop. Okay, there we go. That it essentially, you get so good that it loses the ability to do it because it's trying so hard to manage the amount of detail that's required. I don't know, that's very cool to me, and it's something that's solvable. People typically, after a bit of time, are able to recover from it, but that's got to make it real tough to want to practice more. I haven't looked that much into the recovery of folks who have had that as an issue. I don't know, human brains, whack, man. It's so interesting that we build games that allow you to cultivate hyper-specific skills. Yeah, I don't know, that's such a neat thing, and it's not unique. I think it's often something that we think of as like, you know, humans in play as being, at least the sophistication with which we do it being human, because we know that, you know, dogs, cats, pets play, but we've also seen that in dolphins and crows, and just a lot of animals like to entertain themselves with that. Obviously, they do typically have less complex games, but I do wonder why that's a behavior. I assume it has something to do with games are a great way to test out new behavior, so getting rewarded for finding excitement and joy in that? I don't know. It's interesting to consider play as an evolutionary advantage. I need to go back and read. There were some very interesting studies on play, on different types of play in childhood development. And I do wonder, with, like, video games. Oh, no! Furthest down we've been in a while. I do wonder with video games, how many of them, or what types could maybe be mapped to different types of play that have been... Whoop. Oh my god. I do wonder how many different types of play that are important to childhood development can be mapped to video games, because I definitely find a lot of value in them as an adult, but I would be curious if they would be useful at a developmentally earlier age beyond just the like, here's how to learn math. We've got a cute picture of a cartoon frog to help you stay interested. Big fall, but I believe in us. We can make it back up. Well, I don't know about to Bargenberg super quick, but we can at least make it back up to the Forgotten Keep. There we go. I can't believe that I used to spend probably like an hour on that section. Still not made it to the top, but everything is becoming little by little less and less scary. Practice, repetition. There we go. Nope. There we go. Little jump. Okay. I do love sliding up. I love it significantly more than sliding down. Ooh. We'll take it. So I do wonder why it is Jump King rather than Jump Knight, because we obviously look more a knight than we do a king. That's why I always mess it up and say Jump Knight rather than Jump King. But, I mean, we have no crown upon our heads, simply a helmet. We have that, well, okay. It looks like we do, I haven't looked at the outfit too terribly much. It looks like we do have, like, gold plate on our legs, which would be severely impractical. So, perhaps we are royalty. Again, not enough. Keep getting, annoyed at overshooting it, so I'm now chronically undershooting it. Big sigh. Oh joy. There we go. I do like the use of sound design in this. It's a lot of the areas are very pleasant to just sit in, which Face in the Flames. You remind me of this really sour guy that passed by once. Apparently, he had calculated a strategy to get the babe. Ooh. Oh, howdy, Robert. How's it going? He probably gave up, too. Well, I refuse to give up. Never give in. How goes it? Back to the very start, but we will make short work of it. Dong, dong, dong. Pew, pew. I fell very far. I don't know how many screens it was, but yes. Fell from around Bargenberg down to here. On the bright side, it's way faster. Way faster than it used to be. The boon of experience. How was the fall? Hurtful. There we go. And then we go the other way. Forgot that Sans asks that. I definitely do want to go and play Deltarune and Undertale Yellow at some point. We will get there. Other things, other worlds to engage in before that, but it was really fun playing Undertale and going, oh, I get it now. I understand why it was so important to so many people. Ah, yes, definitely. I still think, out of everything, my favorite moment in that game is the statue that's being rained on, and just the peaceful music puzzle. It's such such a soft moment. And it's so cool to me that a game that is so pixelated is able to have such, in my opinion, an emotional experience. Should you try Jump King? If you'd like. I suspect that you'll probably be significantly better than me, but go through, ace it, and come back here and tell me just how much better you are. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have a lot of fun with it. It's an interesting platforming game. It's got, it's very pleasant to be in. And it's a fun process of trying hard, getting better, failing, and then picking yourself up. You've beaten Celeste? Then yes, I'm certain you'll be significantly better than someone who consistently jumps down rather than up. Yeah. I do want to revisit Celeste with a controller. But who knows? Maybe with the benefits of Jump King, I will be better. Although, I don't know, the input for Celeste feels very awkward to me. It's not something that I'm used to doing on a keyboard. I'm not very used to doing it on a controller either, but I guess complex combined inputs feel more controller-esque to me. No, I don't use controller, but the keyboard was feeling kind of overwhelming, so I'm wondering if I try it with a controller, if it will be easier for me. Because I don't know, like, trying to press the movement and the jump, when jump not being spacebar kind of screws me up. And then also adding in dashes and whatnot. I am used to games that have very simple input interactions, and are more complex in strategy and such. Jump King Quest. No, I have not. I assume that is separate from the quest that we are on to reach the hot babe at the top. Boom. It's Jump King 2? Oh, wow, okay. See, this is what I get for taking so long to play games. They're going to have the sequels before I'm done finished? Before I'm finished playing the original. It's not released? Okay. So I still have some time. I think Dredge might be the only game in, like, recent years where I've played it shortly after release. Highly worth it, though. Things to do with the sea I find very pleasant. But yeah, like, I don't know, Jump King, I find very nice to exist in. The sewers, I don't know, less so. Very ominous, but pretty much every other area has something very pleasant going for it. Okay, medium jump. There we go. And then watch me screw it up again. I remember being, like, super terrified of the cages, but now it's like, oh, those are a really nice way for not having to fall too far back down. They keep us somewhat safe. I'm happy with them. They're a safe zone. Which, I know I've said it many times, but the soft checkpointing system in this game is so fantastic. Because you can still fall all the way back down, like we just did, but the fact that there are places that it's particularly hard to fall back down from is really nice. So you still have the threat, but it's not feeling too terrible most of the time. And by shortening the amount that you have to redo each time, it makes it a lot easier to learn and improve, which is cool. Boop. Bounce off. Short bounce. Huzzah. XQR3R. I will just call you XQ until you tell me something else better. But hello, how's it going? Thanks for saying hi. This is first time playing Jump King, so no, I do not have a speedrun record or anything. Just having fun, chilling, enjoying it. Furthest we've made it is Bargenberg at the chimney jump. Well, actually, we did get the chimney jump once, and then immediately fell back down. Boop, boop. How goes it for ya? Ooh, too short. Not enough power. My legs must be strong. How many hours? I think I'm right around the 12-hour mark. Yep. 12 hours, 17 minutes. Do. I've heard some folks in chat saying that some of the other maps took them like 50 hours to beat. I would be unsurprised if this one took me that long, perhaps, but I don't know. I genuinely don't know how much further we have to go, and I like that. I think that's cool. Daunting, but fun. Whoop. But yeah, so like, okay. Forest, I love the forest sounds. I love big old gnarled trees, it's lovely. This area, the keep itself, I find less pleasant, but the rain outside is so good. Tim is holding you captive, Carsey? Oh no. How so? Probably just, you know, good content, which, you know, that's a fine prison to be in. Saying that you don't have to leave? This is true, you don't have to. I think it's a good thing to stick around. First map took you 5 hours, the second 9, and the third 25? Alright, well, XQ, you are doing far better than I am. But that's kind of the joy of this. Everyone has their own little individual journey with it. But you're gambling? Now, Carsey. Oh, Balatro, I see. How have the Balatro runs been going? Oop, okay. Ah. I have so much trouble with that jump out to the left because it just requires doing it correctly. Anti-11 big blind? Nice. So when I mess up on the jumps after it, I feel very, very bad. Ah, darn. I won't give a specific age, because I'm a little ink blob for my privacy. But roughly, I am a young adult. I'm comfortable saying in my 20s. Ah, too far. Ooh, can we jump down? No. Alright. Pew pew! Well, if you die at anti-11 big blinds, you know what to do, Carsey. Spin up a new game. Wah. Okay, small jump. There we go. Oh, you had Perkeo. Nice. So much duplication. I do not currently, XQ. That's something I've been thinking about, because I am getting close to potentially being able to be affiliate, and I think I probably won't. I will probably set up a Ko-Fi and try and figure out some interesting ways to make it interactive. I stream for fun. It is just a thing that I'm doing right now, because I'm at a sort of cool transitional period. And so I stream 5 days a week for about 5 hours each day. But it will probably drop back down to a hobby sooner rather than later. Once I have to sigh, make money, get a job. Oh, thank you for the follow, XQ. But yeah, I'll probably be setting up something like a Ko-Fi for donations sometime in the future, but too poor for the game? No! And that is absolutely fine. Keep an eye out for keep an eye out for it when it's on sale, because again, I think I got it for around $5. Oh, how do you know? Watching two at once. Perfect. That's why we have two eyes, right? Whoop. Oh no. You get into that fall and there's nothing you can do. Ah, doing Arctic Phone. Awesome. Well, then I wish you much luck with that. Enjoy chaos. Pew pew. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Ooh, I did not hold it all the... Oh. I think that's the first time I haven't, like, done a full jump on that, and... Oh, that was nerve-wracking. Do. Okay, that's always a little precarious. But yeah, like, I don't know, I really enjoy rain, and in the keep, it's really nice that it sets up a very good contrast. I am an absolute sucker for things that feel like very warm and cozy on the inside, and then particularly dreary and cold on the out. I noticed whenever I take photos, it's often at nighttime of, like, street lamps that are filtering light in an interesting way. That seems to just be what grabs my attention and make me go, I should pull out my phone and try and do something semi-artsy. Particularly, man, fall colors. If you can get, like, a really nice tree that has, like, some gorgeous reds and yellows, and it's got, like, a street lamp in it, oh, that can make for some gorgeous pictures. So, having, you know, the nice little, candlelight with the rain outside was particularly nice with the raven. I like corvids. Bird's cool. Whoop. There we go. It's a little sad having the place for the raven, but no raven there. Alright, we jump. We medium jump. Huzzah! Big jump. Okay. Medium jump. No, the jump was too mid. Too small. We continue. Whoop. See, nice and easy. Okay, actually, yes. Let's take another close... So, okay. Knife, fork. We have ham, cleaver. I'm guessing that's bread in the background, since it's sort of on top of an oven. I really don't know what... Oh, wait, is it a fish? Is that what that is? Over... Whoop. There we go. Table I'm standing on. It's like, is that just a pile of blue mush? But no, those are fins, isn't that? We're standing on a fish. Delightful. And then some good old sausage, carrots, and nondescript vegetation. Man, I love baking bread, but I would love to do it with, like, a Dutch oven. Just nice cast iron in a fire. Let it puff up. Or an earthenware oven. That would also be fun. Don't really have good soil where I live for doing that, but... Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be like a rage game, but I don't know, I'm playing it because I'm interested in the loop of progressing and then massively dropping back down. So for me, the point is kind of not to rage, it's to have the inclinations to feel upset about it, but to be able to laugh at it instead, to be able to just enjoy, well, okay, that means we get to go up by the really neat part of the keep again. And I'm really enjoying that experience. And genuinely, I find it quite beneficial. I think that games as a sort of meditation on particular things that you're trying to do is a fantastic idea. One of the only things that I actually managed to get around to this weekend that I was working on was I have a new D&D campaign coming up, and I finally managed to do the write-up for my character, to sort of explore backstory and what's going on with them, and I realized, oh man, I have inserted a lot of my own personal problems into this character. Who would have known? Games are a really great way for exploring topics, in kind of a little safe microcosm. You can do a full jump to the left on the third cage? Ah, rather than having to go up and around. I might try that. Although I do worry that if I end up doing that, I'll I'll break that muscle memory I've got. But we'll try, we'll explore. Whoop. That's kind of the fun, also, of going through and repeating areas, is if you don't have something that consistently works, sometimes you're able to find something that you can replicate more easily. Like, this is a jump where I don't think there's other things I can do, it's just having to dial it in, but, like, I wonder if I might try it at some point if we keep going through this area. It might be something where I can more easily get to that sort of little thing on the left and then jump to the midpoint. You're saying full jump? Oh! I see. Good shortcut. Although, yeah, it's funny, my arms are like slightly more tense after doing that. I can feel in my bones, I'm like, that's wrong. That's not what I've repeated 100 times. Which, yeah, I don't know, I was rambling a little earlier. It's so interesting that we can basically develop such specific and dedicated skills that we've got, you know, the muscle memory for a particular set of jumps in a little video game. And it's so cool to me that games can just, I don't know, convey so much with so little. I was talking about the raining statue in Undertale earlier. That to me was what really made that game click for me. And man, you know, it doesn't require a whole lot of pixels. It doesn't require a whole lot of fidelity to get across. Just something very sweet and cozy. Ante 2? Huzzah! That's one of the most important parts. Oh, you have DNA. Good setup. A Balatro run for the ages. I do need to try a few more Balatro runs on stream. I just definitely need to get a little more comfortable with it. I wish I could figure out how to feel good doing a straight run with it, but like, as powerful as straights can be, you can't really craft your deck around them super effectively. Like, 5 of a kind makes sense, you just load up on one really good thing, but straights, there's not, you know, you can pare it down to like maybe a single straight and try and only put in cards that fit in that, but that's ridiculously hard to do. Straight is hard to get and scores less than flush. Yep. Which, you know, is, I don't know, it's unfortunate. It's, every time I see straight-related jokers, I'm like, I want to try you, but I don't think you're good. Yep. Planning on playing user-made maps like Babe of Ascension and Immortal Babe? I don't know. I will probably do those at some point. Basically, the way I typically structure my streams is I do a little bit of Magic the Gathering in the mornings, and then transition into sort of try a little bit of whatever, which is very often Baba Is You, because there's a lot of folks that watch me that have cool Baba Is You stuff. And then sort of an afternoon game, that's one that I've been meaning to get around to for a while. So currently Jump King is that afternoon game, and today I'm feeling like making it probably the all-day game. So I think I will probably chip away at some user-made stuff and some of the DLC in this as part of the, like, midday, what do I feel like doing today? Well, let's check out this. But I don't think I will probably do, like, a dedicated run to it, because I've got other stuff I want to get around to. Once I finish Jump King, we're on to Hollow Knight, because I got that a couple of years ago, started, and I got to, like, Green Path, and then put it down for a while, and am completely lost. So I want to start over, and I don't know, Hollow Knight is such a cool game from what I've seen. I'm really excited for it. My favorite game? Well, now that's a very tough question because I'm rapidly finding more and more that I like. Based purely on hours played, it would probably have to be Dungeon Siege Legends of Arana, which is a old, sort of top-down, third-person dungeon crawler point and click. And I'm not going to sit here and say it's good, but it was a lot of my childhood. As for games that I would like highly recommend to people, it would probably be a toss-up between either Journey or Night in the Woods right now. Both are games that have had fairly profound impacts on me and are just really cool pieces of media. Okay. Oh no. Oh, don't like that. But we're getting close to trying the chimney jump again. Ooh, right on the edge. Okay. Chimney jump! Chimney jump! I say, hyping myself up, but decidedly not ready. Okay. See, I think what's most difficult with this is it's really hard. We haven't done enough to really have a good idea of what to be trying to dial in. So I'm going to start from, like, the far wall, because that's something we can always line up on. Okay. Too far. Oh no. Okay. This is recoverable. It's funny, I'm way less tense. I guess that's perfectly reasonable. I'm way less tense the further down we are, but then here. I was told it was a 1 to 2 frame window, but yeah, just, apparently one of the hardest jumps in the game. We've gotten it once. Oh dear. No! Oh, way too far. See, I let myself get too stressed. Too tense. Gotta be loosey-goosey, go with the flow. And that's fine, we go all the way back down to remember that. Boop, boop. Yeah, see, I'm like, oh yeah, I could do that jump to the left, but like, no, my muscle memory, I'm already executing it before. Oh, die to the water? Yeah. Honestly, water is one of the toughest boss blinds in Balatro. Just not having discards is real rough. Yeah. Well, I will say though, I think dying to water in Balatro is a more pleasant experience than Oregon Trail. Yeah, 11 points is real, sort of thumbing it to you. All that just means you'll need to beat the water. Next time you see the water, you'll just have to be extra prepared. Wait, what? Oh, can you reload that? Should try Terraria? I don't know. I have certainly seen people... I've watched people play Terraria. I don't think Terraria is a game that's really up my alley. I get really overwhelmed with, like, small management. Oh, hey, nice. Joker reordering. So from what I've seen of Terraria, a lot of it's sort of that crafting build up. It's trying to create systems for sort of complex chains, and I don't know, that's I think so Jump King I know is a game that folks get frustrated with more, whereas I find it a lot easier to be calm with this than whereas with like inventory management, that's where I get frustrated easily. You like safe scumming for perfect play but not for RNG manipulation? I get that. With Slay the Spire, I try not to do it too much, but if it's something where I'm having a really good run and I realize, oh, I probably could have done that a little bit differently, I will absolutely just go, yeah, we're gonna redo that and see what the actual correct play would have been. Yep. And I think you can actually learn a fair bit from that, so long as you don't rely too much on it. Yeah, RNG, yeah, that takes the fun out of it. I don't want the best possible version of the world. I want me to be executing the best possible version of what I can do. And learn from that, because then the more I do learn from that, the more I build that up, the more I see that, the easier it is to execute it the first time. Oh, just do seeded runs? Yeah, I haven't done one of those yet. There are some, like, I've certainly seen people do ridiculous things with Perkeo, but have I played Undertale? Yes, I did. That was one of the, I think I did Night in the Woods and then Undertale. Because yeah, I had not played Undertale and knew nothing about it and had remained unspoiled for about 9 years. I've got on my YouTube channel, I've got all of those videos up, if you feel like seeing that experience, but do not recommend sitting through 18 hours of me fighting Sans. But yeah, no, very good game. I did enjoy that a lot. 16 hours of Sans. Yup. Whole lot of Sans. But that was fun. That, I think the Sans fight was very similar to the way I feel about Jump King, but part of why I'm able to be so chill with Jump King is because of that experience, which is fun. It's fun seeing the sort of direct growth from one game to another. Boop. And yes, I do plan on playing the sequels and fan games at some point, because I want to get some breadth of games before I go, like, too in-depth on games. Because it's been so long since I've sat down and just done stuff. I say that I've been doing this since January, which has been great, but before that, it had been years since I sat down and played the quote-unquote real game. Not to say that idle games are not, on some level, real games, but I've heard them likened to toys, which I think is that's a fairly reasonable description. They are a thing to entertain you, they are less something to be played. Yeah, like Antimatter Dimensions, which, oh dear. I'm currently in the infinity point inflation phase, doing some of the infinity challenges. Which also, they've got the reality achievements on mobile, so I think they might have updated it, but... Yep, I've got infinity challenges. How get? Get good, haha, no. Got to infinity challenges, you get a certain amount of antimatter, and I believe you typically do that after unlocking the infinity dimensions. Oh, you started before me? Ah, yes, but you have to remember this is my 4th time playing through it, so... But yeah, like, okay, idle games, I think there's a lot of value in the entertainment, and, I don't know, I find them very, like, comforting. Your 3rd time playing through? But I still have one more. No. But yeah, idle games, I think, have a lot of value in the entertainment. They feel very comfy, at least for me. They're kind of... I think where other people might have chicken noodle soup when they're sick, when I'm feeling down, I'll pull out some idle games. Haha, we have captured you. But they aren't really a challenging experience, right? They are something that is meant to be sort of a cozy comfort thing, in my opinion. So it's nice to be playing games that are, making me sit there for 16 hours and try and get better and improve so that I can beat Sans and find out what happens. Things that are story-driven, things that are impactful. Night in the Woods. Oh boy, there is so much thought in that game, and some of the quotes from it are things that I go back to and just chew on over and over. Should you really beat Sans? Yeah, see, that's a whole other question. Undertale does a lot of morality. I really didn't want to play the genocide route because it sucked. And I didn't go back and do any of the, like, soulless things. But man, no, the genocide route was brutal. And I didn't want to, but I wanted to get the full breadth of the experience of it, because I think that engaging with all aspects of that game is important to it as an art piece. But on the other side, you finish it. Exactly, because that's you losing your determination. No, and Undertale was really interesting in that regard. It was a game that had a lot of very interesting meta elements. Oh, that's actually, I hadn't realized, that's funny that I went from Undertale to Baba Is You. Exactly. But yeah, Undertale was a really interesting game, because even though the story was short, I genuinely thought it was a much longer game and was really surprised the first time around, but it makes sense because it's a longer game in the replayability and the intertwining narratives, because if it was, you know, a 20-hour experience for one run, my goodness, no one would do that. Well, okay, no, people would still do the replayability, but it would be so much more of a slog. But in being able to go through the same thing with just little twists each time, it makes for a very compelling experience, and it gets you thinking about a number of things, particularly when the characters in the game have some understanding that it is one, which creates a very interesting dialogue between player and what you're playing. So yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic experience. Night in the Woods doesn't have any of that meta-ness, but there's so many wonderful thoughts. Night in the Woods is one of those things where I would happily read it as a book, but even then, you would lose so much of what it means by not having the agency to choose your own story. And I find that really cool. I find that really compelling. But there's not a whole lot of idle games that have a great deal of story, save for Universal Paperclips. I think is the only one I've come across where I would say that was something where there was an experience to be had and the idle game was a good vehicle for it. Speaking of Paperclips, yes. How many do I have? It's been a long time since I've played it. I think I would probably... no! Oh, and Antimatter Dimensions? None. Wait, can you get Paperclips in Antimatter Dimensions? I was unaware of this. Ooh. Yeah, I did not know. Oh! Well, I will have to keep an eye out for that news sticker then. I do think it would be interesting. Like, Antimatter Dimensions has a banger news ticker. It does a very good job of keeping you entertained with just, you know, good little jokes, good little community jokes. But I think a game that found ways to make more use of it, like, okay, you get a little bit in Cookie Clicker with the Grand Mocalypse. Oh, are you not familiar with the news ticker, Uno? A lot of idle games have just like some little readout at the top. Just to sort of keep you engaged, because as much fun as Number Go Up is, it can also be a lot. No, we're talking about the genre. You're aware of the news ticker. Top of your screen. You get it from the get-go. But no, like, in Cookie Clicker you get the Grand Mocalypse, and it sort of integrates, but I would love to see an idle game that makes use of the news ticker in some sort of novel storytelling way. What if you had like a little choose your own adventure in the top? What if there was a game that had as much richness and complexity as some visual novels, all told by way of news ticker? Yeah, I don't think I've disassembled the news ticker before. I don't fiddle that much with the game, which is funny, since I play it kind of to fiddle with. I think part of it, the news ticker doesn't give you like haptic feedback. If it did, I would just sit there clicking it forever. Oh, you've just reminded me. As part of the competitive robotics stuff I did, a lot of teams would sort of, they would make like little bits of merch for their booths at competition, and a lot of teams went with like buttons, which were, we called them buttons. They were pins. They were usually a logo with a little bit of a backing on it. But we went, we don't really have the budget for that, but what you can buy are thousands of microcontroller buttons and cheap business cards. So I did spend a decent chunk of a day punching holes. Actually, no, we didn't punch holes. We drilled holes. We used a drill press to drill 4 holes in our business cards and then insert little microcontroller buttons into them. And let me tell you, those were so fun to click. Having difficulty breathing, please move your finger. M. Yeah, poor M key. That's why you gotta automate quickly, so you don't have to just keep pressing it. At some point, I guess I should do an Antimatter Dimensions stream. That would be... I can just imagine how thoroughly unexciting it is. I will just have to be really, literally emming right now. I did read that as Ming, like Ming the Merciless from Flash Gordon for a moment. There's something that I bet a lot of folks who have... I'm guessing that folks who know All My Fellas probably don't know that. Which, by the way, I did listen to All My Fellas, and it was fine. I think I prefer Moonlight. Doot. But I am trying. I'm listening. I have been listening to Moonlight way too much. That is very good and been on loop while doing chores. I'm learning. I'm being corrupted, but in a good way. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Little jumps, Johan. Little jumps. There we go. Now, that's... Speaking of, like, Idle Tames as Goys, Jesus. Why do I keep doing spoonerisms? Speaking of idle games as toys, I keep trying to think of good ways to sort of classify the types of games, not by genre, but by, like, manner of engagement. Because you can have a platformer, but a platformer can be a vehicle for a number of different experiences. A platformer can be, a vehicle like this for a skill testing experience, but it can also be a basis for telling some sort of narrative, some sort of deeper story. Because I want to think about ways to categorize and define those well because as I've mentioned, I'm interested in library science, for categorizing that and pitching how to justify storing things. Because I can understand libraries not being interested in storing, GTA 5 or other experiences that are more about simply interacting with a world for a sheer entertainment value. No, see, that's not even a good definition, because I would consider that reading good fiction, even if you're getting something out of it, it's entertainment value. But yeah, I would love to be able to articulate what makes GTA 5 as an experience different from something like Journey. And I still don't quite have the words for it, but I think that there are a lot of video games that are they are good media. They are good storytelling media in the same way that books are, and I would love to figure out how to articulate those. Okay, chimney jump. We're lining up against the wall again. Still too far. No, I can't. Why not? Well, I mean, I just did right there, but need to turn on your lights? Well, go for it. No, I talk because I am sharing thoughts and keeping up entertaining patter. That's my job. If I stop talking, what am I? Just some person playing a game. Exactly. And now you'll never know. No, I was just talking about the nature of talking. It's like, I don't know, being a streamer is honestly, that's also just been a whole journey, a very interesting experience. Now you missed content? Ah, but there's VODs. You can go back specifically for that. If you are nothing if you don't talk. Well, yeah, you know, if you aren't something either if you do talk. Wait, what? I see. No, I was just talking about talking. Yeah, it's interesting having to try, well, I guess I don't have to try, but trying to think of things to say while doing stuff. It was actually particularly interesting at the start of the stream, when that was the quietest it's been while streaming for quite some time. And it was kind of nice. Not to say that I don't like having folks here, but it was nice to have a reminder of back in January, streaming for, you know, 6 hours playing Magic, and no one popping in, and you're just trying to find things to talk about as if you have an audience, but you don't actually have one. Because people aren't as, I think you've actually said this, Carsey, you know, people aren't necessarily here to watch you play a game. They're here for your personality, for the excitement of you, or the chillness of you, or whatever is interesting about you. So talking is a fairly critical part of it. If you leave too much dead space of just doing a thing, there's not as much of you, unless maybe that is part of your personality. But at least for me, I think a lot of what makes me on any level interesting is thoughts. It's talking. It's narrating. You actually have bubble wrap on the floor? Oh dear. That sounds incredibly fun. But yeah, like, so I try and keep up talking so that there's something for people to engage with. Woo! When people jump in the stream, I want them to be able to say, hey, I disagree, or I do agree, or here's an interesting thought I have. So if you go to bed at 1 a.m. after watching some Johan stream, feel the bubble wrap on your bare face. Reminds you that you're real and not just someone who has eyes on a talking ink blob. No, bubble wrap is great. I haven't popped some in quite some time. Okay. Another attempt at the chimney jump. Way too short. Okay. And too far again. Hits different at 1 a.m.? Interesting. Ooh, that was... Okay. I really don't know how to recover from there. We'll work on that. I guess I haven't kept track of the time of day that I've popped bubble wrap, but it's usually pretty middle of the day. But maybe I should try that. No touching? Not popping? Oh! I guess I've never really resisted the urge to not simply pop bubble wrap. It's there. It's so satisfying. How do you have such willpower, Carsey? Show me your ways. Stepping on it with feet? Steve, I don't know. I don't think I could stand on bubble wrap without it popping. Wanting to go to bed at 1 a.m.? This is fair. Okay. Oh! Oh, that was so close. It does need a lot of pressure, but I often seem to exert that. I guess when I have stood on it, I typically stand on, like, my heels. So that's significantly reducing the surface area and thus increasing pressure. Yeah, if you use whole feet, sort of like standing on... Also, if it pops, it's fine. Okay. But no, I guess, yeah, so think of it like standing on some nails. Ooh! Ooh! Okay. Everyone degrades slowly over time. Consider it a metaphor. I mean, yeah, maybe. Also, we just made the chimney jump. I don't know how replicable it will be, but we did it from the wall, so hopefully it's somewhat. Now, can we make this jump? Oh, that's what happened last time, too. Oh, big sigh. It's progress. See, this is what we go through with every area. It's just, you know, you can fall a lot further from this area than all of the other ones, and will only continue to get more and more that way. I do wonder what that man's rent is for that storefront. I can't imagine it's too high. Like, You are not getting a whole lot of foot traffic that way. Okay. Just activated driving license in Balatro. I was gonna say. Nice, that's the ×3 molt once you have 16 or more enhanced or something. Okay. Oh, too short. Yee. Love good old flat molts. Oh, too far. Oh, too far. Okay, how do I recover from here? Do I have to jump to the left? Oh, that also slides. 15 lucky King of Hearts? Nice. Always a big fan of lucky cards. Oh, yes. Yeah, but they aren't polychrome? What are you even doing? Whoop. Alrighty. Yeah, gotta work on that one. Just trying to win. Sigh, I suppose. No per KO equals no endless? I think that... yeah, there's plenty of other times. Endless is actually pretty fun in Balatro. Whoa. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no. Panic. There we go. We're fine. We will return to Bargenberg. Don't like Endless because it's mostly just 3 antis? Oh, but sometimes you get 4 or 5. You can do so much. Need something cool before going into Endless? True, but okay, maybe I just find most of what I do cool. Because I'm just that cool now. I don't know, I typically go Endless because I like, you know, I don't want to finish the run. It was a cool run and I'm enjoying. Whoop. Oh, okay. I'm glad I fell there. Some of your bills don't get to anti-10. Yeah, okay. That is fair. And if you can see, like, it's not going that way. Plus, I mean, like, do whatever you want, right? I will not say, oh, you must go Endless. Just, it's interesting what excites different people about different games. Have I ever used Wii Joker? I got to do it once, and it was a hack build, and I was so happy. And then it all came crumbling down. I forget which boss blind got me, but it was just like hard countered, I think, the suit that I was building up on. Got to 1008. Sick. Okay. Whoop-ah. Ah. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay. I have been humbled. I made the chimney jump, and now I must pay. This is my purgatory. Whoop whoop. Oh, speaking of purgatory, oh, now I kind of want to play Hades again. It's been a while. Whoop. Keep seeing things about Hades 2 coming out. I'm like, I'm technically done with the first game, but I'm not really done. There's more I want to do. More things to see, more people to meet. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Also got a good build last time, forgot what it was. Dun, 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 dun. And back to sewer already. Oh dear. Yeah, blueprint per KO. Fantastic. I recently unlocked Brainstorm. So now I've got essentially 2 chances at it. Ooh. Ooh, man. Do. Okay, I'll jump. Oh, not jump directly up, Johan. Just little bumps. Who decides to just discard a Royal Flush? People who read the achievement. Or people who are going for a, like, 5 of a kind of something lower. Disagree? No? You don't think it's mostly people who read the achievement? I'm sure. Wah. Voice, why must you do this to me? Okay, so the texturing on the background of the sewer, is that trying to indicate that, like, no, okay, it's got bricks, so it's not a natural formation. So it's just been smoothed out over time a bit, I guess? Oh, hand that's a flush, but also a pair, and the pair is better than the flush, but it takes the higher hand, even if the higher hand isn't as good for you. Yeah. But, I don't know. Like, as much as I hate it and will absolutely kick myself, I think it's fun because it forces you to actually pay attention. Whoa. Yeah, I keep trying, like, yes, do the left jump, and my body does not want to execute it. Okay, we'll try it this time. Whoop, whoop, to the left. Take it back now, y'all. There we go. Just for the synergy. Ah, yee. Dun, 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 dun. Driver's license is good for saving. Molt, molt, very useful. Although I wish there was a better word for it than molt, molt. Makes me feel like I'm a cartoon character that should be saying newt, newt. Needed it the exact round you got it. Sick. Oh, that was a little short. There we go. Perfecto. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay. Back on the grind. Yeah. 4 of a kind, awful. Why would you ever do such a thing? 5 of kind or nothing. I do wonder, I get the feeling from Jump King that people have, like, tried to figure out the greater lore of it, like, what this keep is, who you are, why you're climbing to the top, but I'm unaware of it. Got $60 from 4 lucky cards? Sick. Love it. Oop. Pew pew. There we go. That's what, 1 in 15 chance? So 3 out of 4? Oh no, I do not have... My brain is not awake enough for proper statistics. Because if it was just 3 triggering, that would be easy enough. 1 in 20? Yeah, but you do have a 4th chance, so... Oh, it is 1 in 15. I knew it! I remember my Balatro. But because you've got that 4th chance, I think there's, like, a weird bit of math that you do. Is that... Oh, do you get into, like, the weird choose formula? But... Said it as how it happened. Well, yeah, but I was going to try and figure out the stats for it, and I'm like, no, brain not happening today, because it gets slightly more complicated by having the 4th card as an option. Because you got 4 chances, or no, maybe it's... Wait, no, Johan, let's... 3... No. I'm backing out. 20 choose 3? Well, 15. But no, even then, I don't think that's quite right. I'll think about that later. After stream, I'll go watch some Khan Academy, use that as motivation. Whoop. Jump King, have no such thoughts. Do you play high card and lose 93 bucks? I mean, that just sounds like a benefit. Because now, if you find credit card, it's useful. Probably not. Okay. Okay, back to the chimney jump. See? We're going so fast. We've gone down to the bottom, like, what, 2 times, 3 times this stream? Hour and 20 minutes, and we go back so fast. Actually, a question? I mean, yeah, but, I don't know, I think money is very useful in Balatro. I think that 20 bucks, or that 93 bucks is likely to get you way more than just that Lucky King. Alrighty. Can we chimney jump? Yes, we can. So, okay, we figured out the chimney jump. I'm sure I will have more issues with it in the future, but now we need to figure out how to do this gosh darn jump. Flush 5, or do you not pollute the planet pool? Always flush the 5. Oh, okay. So yeah, just little baby jump, but not full baby. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, let's look. Oh, bonk head. Please go left. More, huh? Oh, there is something to the left there. Oh! Oh dear. Director's cut to save a bunch of money. That would be good. Oh! Hello! You're a bat.
You shall never make it to the Babe of Legend. Even if you succeeded, she would refuse you. You are doomed to fail. I read it in your soul.
Okay.
For you are an insignificant, small, and ugly creature.
Okay. I'm not doomed to fail? I like to think so. Undertale player. Determined, exactly. But no, like... Okay, this is interesting. It's funny to me because I genuinely, I don't care about the babe at the top. I care about making it to the top. I may be small and insignificant. This is true. But I take comfort in that. I am not important, but I have my own goal and I'm working towards it. Load your save and don't talk to the bat? No. I'm... Ooh.
Written in destiny is this.
Okay.
Man shall reach the peak of his ability, but no further.
Okay. The peak of my ability is to make it to the top.
You are at your limit. It is not your destiny to reach the top.
Okay, yeah, he's wrong.
Your childish struggle, should you continue, will gain you nothing but misery and regret.
Peak of your ability is the peak of the mountain. Exactly. No, see, even if I think he's wrong, I don't want to reload the save. I want to prove him wrong. I want to have heard the prophecy and deny it. Peak of the Baba. Exactly. See, I'm going to make this jump and it's going to be completely non-useful, isn't it? Okay. Oh. Wonky. Oh. I have never seen this. Ooh. Oh. What is this? Like, I've never paid a huge amount of attention to people doing the streams, but this is the second map. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, no, we're completing the main map, but wonky. That's cool that there's an in-map transition. Whoop. There we go. Got seed money, keeping 93 is worth it. Whoa. Heck yeah. Glad to hear it, Carsey. Balatro. Balatro. Okay. So... this has to be a very gentle jump down, doesn't it? Oh no. Oh no. All that work. Well, we've seen beyond the chimney. We know it's doable. Even if it is the peak of my ability, I will keep trying. Do you keep momentum if you walk off a ledge? I think, like, a little bit, but I wanna... Ooh. I haven't played around with it enough to know, but walking might be good instead of a tiny jump. Whoop. We will experiment. We will find out. Yeah. Screw that bat. Oh dear. It doesn't know me. Doesn't know that I fought Sans for 16 hours. Lucky cat, yes. Pop off. Find yourself sock and buskin and do some gross things, Carsey. Losing to gang carried by driver's license. Ayo. Okay. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. Whoop. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. That's, for me, philosophically, being, the bat telling me that I'm insignificant, I really enjoy that. Because, screw that. I am insignificant. Why is that a problem? 600k anti-7? Sick. Nah. Never have too many kings. Slay, king. After all, you're watching Jump King, so gotta have more kings in your deck. But no, like, a lot of music I enjoy talks about insignificance. Talks about how nice it is to find out that you're really no one. That, you know, life is meaningless. And that's beautiful. Freedom doesn't have a purpose. That's so cool to me. So, okay, Bat, I'm insignificant to you, but I've got my own purpose. I'm significant to me, and that's what matters. Not watching your Belatroing. Yeah, but you're also still here. You're talking, so there's Jump King in the background. Ergo, your deck should jump, King. Bom, 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 bom. I do also find it interesting that you do, I guess, balling trowing, but like with 2 L's. Human, I remember your Jump King. But yeah, balling tro. But yeah, I don't know. Like, when I was younger, I definitely worried about significance and like legacy. But the more and more I live life, the more and more I go, you know, enjoying and being is significant in the small ways. I think is honestly far more important because your life is made up of a lot more small things than it is big things. So, for me, I just want to get to the top, and maybe that is a small thing, but yeah. Take a red steel jack to get to king, maybe. Do the outside jump to the window after that. You can do a full jump to the right. Okay. I appreciate the tips, but I do want to just sort of be experiencing and figuring some of these out for myself, so I appreciate the thought, but if you can just let me experiment and find out. I may never learn some of these things, and that's okay. Whoop. Bonk. Up. Okay. There we go. Too much. Little hop. Big jump. Ooh, not big enough. Or not far enough over. There we go. We got it. We don't got it. See, Bargenberg, I think, is the only one so far where I'm not yet comfortable, and that makes sense. It's the cutting edge of how far we've gotten. And we're learning. We're going through that process of building up our ability to hustle on through. What ending am I planning to do in Hollow Knight? Not a clue. I don't know that there are multiple endings. I plan on doing whatever feels right while playing the game, and we'll see what ending that results in. Voucher tier list? Ooh. I don't know if I actually have one. I definitely take anything to do with, like, Hone and whatnot very highly. I tend to sleep on a lot of the, like, planet ones. Discard and hand size I like a lot. I think hand size over discard. Yup. Hone's so... Ah, Hone's so good. They get you polychrome. Shiny. Reroll vouchers? Yeah. Yeah. I like the econ boost. Well, just need to play with it more then. All statistics based. Yeah, I like anything that boosts econ. You certainly do a lot of rerolling. But yeah, so I don't really, no real plans for ending in Hollow Knight. Just like Undertale, I didn't really have a plan on ending the first time through, and I almost ended up doing like a full-on pacifist run, because that was just what felt right. So Hollow Knight, I will play the game and see what feels right. Overstock? Yeah, more selection, because that one, that's kind of like taking a reroll voucher, in that it's giving you more bang for your buck on each reroll. Okay. Hearthstone? Yes, I have played Hearthstone. I've actually done... Oh, no, I haven't actually streamed it yet. I do plan on doing some of the Battlegrounds duos with one of my friends, Tanner, who did a Golf with Friends stream with recently. He's someone who wants to get into streaming, but is kind of busy right now, so we'll see. Okay, can we run off? Okay, running off too short. It was worth a try, though. Whoop. Sometimes don't want clearance sale, even though you always take it. Yeah, that's... I also always take it, but yeah, sometimes it's annoying when it reduces sell value. Yep. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. We jumping. There we go. Yeah, Hearthstone is fun. I used to play a lot more of it, but I kept getting into the cycle where I would play it for a little bit, walk away for like a month, and then be completely confused because it felt like 2 new sets had released in the same time period. So it just sort of got to like an overwhelming amount of content, and I just kind of stopped. My favorite mode was the arena, and now it's just kind of a mix of a lot of kind of parasitic mechanics. At least last time I tried it out, which was a little over a year ago. So I don't do as much of that, but the Battlegrounds mode I still enjoy, and it's cool seeing what people are able to come up with. I'm excited that they're adding new classes, or that they have added new classes, but don't keep up with it as much. Battlegrounds are great? Yes, agreed, personal. And how's it going? No, the Battlegrounds duos is also very interesting. I look forward to doing some more of that with Tanner. It's an interesting dynamic, having a teammate with it and being able to like pass and construct, although a lot of some of the heroes are traps. Used to be top 200? Yo, nice. Yeah, never gotten that high. Opinion on blank. I did always take blank because I figured it would eventually do something, and getting the extra Joker slot I think is pretty huge. It significantly increases your eventual cap, so I say take blank, but don't take blank if... I think blank isn't worth it if it's going to cut into your interest a lot of the time. Because it's a pretty big investment, and if you're already strapped for cash, not a good idea, but otherwise, I think, yeah. Blanket 35 plus, yeah. I will sometimes take it if I'm at like 15 or whatnot, because I just was buying a lot. And I still have a healthy econ outside of it, so like with Rocket Ship, but... Am I going to be streaming tomorrow? Yes, I will be. So my typical streaming schedule, I do believe I have it in... I think I've got it in Twitch down below. But I typically stream Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific time. Usually start out with a bit of Magic the Gathering, do something kind of whatever I'm feeling transitional. Oftentimes it's Baba. And then end off with afternoon game, which is right now Jump King. Always take it because gambling addiction and antimatter. Yep. The duos are very interesting. Jump King whole stream today? Yeah, probably. I don't know, just I've kind of been weird headspace this morning, so I'm like, let's just do something chill where we can space out and chat. So, no Baba. I know that is a big draw, so my apologies. Haven't played Battlegrounds a long time, but duos made me return for a couple games. Yeah. True, Baba at the top. We are going for the hot Baba at the top, so that's something, Uno. Yeah, it adds a very interesting dynamic, especially if you're actually talking to your teammate. I think one of my biggest problems with duos so far is that you can queue up with random people, and a lot of people seem to queue up, look for like the perfect setup, and then quit super early, and one person quitting on a team basically takes that entire team out, and so you very quickly go from, like a full game to, oh, hardly a game. So I think that's an issue that I don't know how to counteract that, but it'll be interesting. Won't happen if you get to higher MMR. This is fair, so what I'm hearing is I just need to get good and grind so that I can guarantee having fun, because the other people are also trying hard. Whoop. There we go. You have death, but I have only kings in hand. Turn king into other king. What else would you be doing? Why did I jump to the left? I should have jumped up and checked. I was uncertain, but I felt so certain. Recommend for learning Battlegrounds is XQN. Okay. I'm not familiar with them. Suffering from success. Good. I don't know. It's, as with a lot of things, I don't know. He's the GOAT? Okay. I don't know how much I want to necessarily learn about Battlegrounds, which maybe sounds a little goofy, but it's like, it's a thing that's fun. I like the exploration of it. But if I'm trying to grind, maybe. But no, like, I don't know. I always have a weird relationship with watching people to learn from them, because I love learning. I love getting really interesting insight from people. That's so cool. A lot of the content I watch is, video essayists and people who are like interested in a particular topic. One of my favorite channels is this lovely channel called Townsend's, which explores mostly cooking, but a variety of topics in like 17th century America, 17th and 18th century. And it's such a lovely thing. But those are, a lot of that's academic, but when it comes to like a skill that I'm actually working on, I like to explore a lot more. Used to watch VODs pausing every turn and break down. Neat. An invisible joker, heck yeah. And like, I've definitely done that with Magic a little bit. I do watch a lot of Numot for drafting, but I find myself disagreeing with him, which, maybe that's not maybe that's not the best outlook for my ability to do well in it, but he does a good job of helping me see things that I hadn't seen before, even if I don't always agree with the evaluation of them. So like, I enjoy stuff like that. I enjoy things that open my eyes, but things that help me get like the perfect strategy. Can you chat with him, or is he too big? Numot? Oh yeah, no, he is way too big. Like, I mean, he does actually read chat fairly well, but no, he has many people, you're not going to, like, strike up a conversation. But he does a really good job of articulating his reasoning behind stuff, and is a fairly highly rated drafter. Favorite streamer or YouTuber? Typically, I end up watching a lot of Loading Ready Run. They do a lot of, like, Magic streams is how I got into them, but they were a Canadian sketch comedy troupe that now does, like, a big sort of streaming production. Johan plays things. Hey! No, I don't actually watch myself all that much. Can't stand the personality. Real annoying. More truth to that than I care to admit, but I'm glad you do, and that's fun. But yeah, no, Loading Ready Run is definitely, I think, my most consumed content. When I'm just, like, needing some background noise, I'm typically turning on stuff from them that I've already watched as, like, a comfort stream. Or I guess comfort VOD, but think you know them? Yeah, they do a lot of Magic stuff. They've partnered with Wizards a bit, so I would be unsurprised. Invis got Lucky Cat? Yo, sick. They put on the pre-release, so first you're gonna see of a Magic set is typically going to be from LRR. But they do a lot of good stuff. They also do like a bunch of board games and so on and so forth. That's a lot of the streaming, a lot of the content I really gravitate towards has like sort of good like friend group vibes. That's part of why when I watch VTube stuff, I'm often watching like Hololive and whatnot. I like the extended universe. The Jace the Mind Sculptor song? I don't, but I'm guessing it has something to do with a negative impact on one's wallet. But yeah, I like things that you can tell that there's a bunch of folks who are at least doing their best to be friends. Blue or red seal? Always red seal. Never, okay, blue seal can be fine, but like, come on, it's red seal. We gotta get as many re-triggers, especially if it's on a lucky king and you have lucky cat. That's more lucky chances. Boop, boop. Depends on which one you draw to do. Oop, okay. I'm gonna click the link. I'm not gonna watch it right now, but I will have it open so that you get a brief moment of ad. But no, I will absolutely give that a listen. I do need to do some more listening to Personal Plague and fully internalize the lyrics, but again, did listen, enjoyed it. I'm intrigued. What do I think about anime? I think it is a perfectly fine way of consuming media. I watch a lot of it. I don't watch a lot of it because I think it's like inherently better or worse. It's mostly because I have a blood phobia, and animated blood I have a much easier time dealing with. But no, a lot of my favorite shows do happen to be anime, but I'm not like, I will watch anything because it's anime. Hikaru no Go. I don't know that one. You know a globophobe? Globophobe? Huh? It's anime about the game of Go. Oh! I would absolutely give that a watch. One that I really loved was March Comes In Like a Lion, and I loved a lot of the character building in that, but it got me really into shogi for a little while. I actually made like a little Lee Shogi account and convinced one of my friends who's really good at chess to play, and he very quickly started kicking my butt, but it was fun and interesting. Someone that fears balloons. Globophobe? Would it really be specifically balloons? I would assume that globo would refer to like spherical objects. Really? Okay, hold up. We're looking this up. Globophobia. Balloon phobia. Why? What's the root there? Hold up. I'm curious now. So globophobia originates from the Latin word globus, meaning sphere, and the Greek word... So, okay, it's sphere fear, but why balloons? Why is that not also just fear of, like, a ball? Those people must be flat earthers? Yeah, if you're a globophobe, that would make sense. Wonky. Cognitive behavioral therapy, eh? Oh, but not specifically for how they do it. Wait till she finds out the Earth is a sphere? Oh no. I always find... I would love to speak to a flat earther. I have never actually met someone who is. And I feel horror for that. Because I would like to talk to someone and in good faith genuinely understand why they feel so strongly about something that, at least to me, is fairly obviously easy to disprove. Might be flat, don't know. So, fun little thing about the D&D campaign that I'm going to be in soon. It's a custom world that one of my friends has made, and the planet is an infinitely tall cylinder. So that's going to be a fun one. Don't know how much that's going to affect stuff, but I think it was mostly a construct to really mess with celestial navigation. Maybe from Discworld. Ooh, true. You know, if someone thought the world was flat because of Terry Pratchett, I would be a little sad, but I would also, I think, be a lot more accepting of it. But no, I often find it very interesting to speak with folks who I fundamentally don't understand, because even if I don't come out understanding them better, it makes it a lot easier to see them as people the next time I'm getting incredulous over an internet argument. So, I would certainly enjoy speaking to a flat earther. You won with high card? Yo! Got a good Joker stack then. Yup. Yeah, that's sometimes the downside with DNA of you get to the point where you're so powerful that you don't get to maximize your other stuff. Yep. I mean, it's not even really a downside, it's just like, oh no. Dun 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 dun. How can you disprove that the Earth is flat? Easily? Well, you can demonstrate. I mean, a lot of it relies on trust in instruments that other people have produced, right? And so I can kind of understand people who are inherently distrustful of, like, you know, the academic industry and whatnot, but there's also a number of things that use similar instruments that I feel fairly confident in. So, I don't know. Hit both a molt and a money proc for both lucky cats. To you, it's not obvious at all, really. I mean, the rotation of the Earth, for one, and I know people from the Southern Hemisphere, where that makes me feel fairly confident that some of the variations we see from that, we do seem to be a sphere. You know, the moon appears upside down in the Southern Hemisphere, and, you know, vice versa for the Northern Hemisphere, depending on your perspective, but that does split. Do I believe in God? Not really. I don't have a problem with people who do, so long as they have thought about it and have a reason for their beliefs. Yeah, define God first, that's also fair. I have not been able to define a God that I can satisfactorily believe in. On flat Earth, moon also upside down? If you go to the other side, but I've also flown in a plane and, you know, not seen the edge where it would theoretically be for that to have to happen. But yeah, no, I did actually go through a phase where I tried to define a concept of God that would jive with me, and I can't get behind some sort of creator, and for an omnipotent being, they have to be an uncaring one. But, well, I don't know. I don't think a question is meaningless even if you don't define the terms, because a question can still just be a source of thought. The question got me to talk a little bit about something that I hadn't mentioned on stream before, specifically how I've tried to construct one. One-shotting with high card makes sense? Okay. It has 5 chips? Ooh. Oh, yeah. Lots of chips, and you have a lot of molts. But yeah, I don't know. It's... it's Pascal's wager, right? Where that basically says, you know, why not believe in a god? Because you stand to lose everything and gain everything. But for me, I don't know. I figure that if I would rather live my life simply doing the best I can, assuming that this is it, and if I'm wrong, salutations, Aya, my god, in the middle of the day, how goes it? Well, the argument in Pascal's wager, right, is that if you choose to believe in a god, then you will hopefully reap the rewards, and if you don't, you're consigned to nothingness or damnation, so might as well. Whereas, I don't know, I think that you gain a lot by not forcing yourself to believe in things that you don't, because I think, just do you, man, right? I think that it's important to try and be the best person you can be, and that's going to mean a lot of different things for different people. Got a new book you mentioned! Please tell me what it's called. You said you would recommend it, but we don't know the name. Plus 40 molt, oops all 6s? Oh no. Yeah, more lucky cat. I knew for sure the Christian God existed, would you follow his teachings? Good question. Because yeah, that's kind of, if you, I need to finish reading Paradise Lost, but like that's painting Lucifer as a sympathetic, rebellious figure, and I can understand that logic quite a bit. Whoop, whoop. Donk. Thump. Yeah. So I'm very curious what the book is, Aya, because you see you're into some very interesting stuff. I still need to read some of the Junji Ito that you mentioned. Oh no, don't. Okay, I was like, don't jump to the right, Johan. It's just, man, I've been having such a struggle actually getting myself to read. I keep trying to carve out time, read and draw, and I'm just like, I'm 2 weeks behind on my YouTube uploads because I haven't figured out the thumbnail format for the sort of variety streams. Huh. And then I jump left. What? Oh my god. Distracting myself, which is fine. Which is fine. Sundoku? I have heard of the word. I do not recall what it means. Sundoku. Acquiring reading materials but letting them pile up in one's home without reading them. Yes. Thank you, Instagram. It's funny, I haven't even actually bought that many books recently, because I have very full shelves and I want to get through some of the stuff. The only things that I've purchased were, I was in a bookstore and I stumbled across 2 books that I did not know existed. Buy too many? No such thing. There is such a thing, but it's a high bar. No, internet not good? Oh, so hard to type. I gotcha. Well, you can always ping it on Discord. Oh no, thump. Yokohama Shopping Log, very, very cute. I'd I'd watched the 4 anime episodes that have been made of it. But I really wanted to read the manga because there's so much more for it. But I didn't think there was an official English translation from what I looked at, and then I just stumbled across them in a bookstore and was like, oh, I'm buying these. These are mine now. 50 pages in and it's really good? Yay! But what's it called? What's it about? I'm glad it's good, but I want to know. I'm feeling teased. Aww. What do you call a bookshop with used books in English? Typically a used bookstore. I think that's just kind of the standard term. It's not very fun, but descriptive. The Talisman, Stephen King and Peter Straub. Oh, okay. The Talisman. Interesting. I'm unsurprised that you're reading something that has to do with Stephen King, given your horror interest. I'm glad it's good. But yeah, a just used bookstore is typically, I have a dilemma. I want to live my life to the fullest, and the rules of the Christian God is limiting you from doing that. But also, if God exists, you don't want to end up in hell. Well, again, I am not a theologian. I'm not a therapist. I am a random person on the internet. But, like, I mean, that is absolutely a thing I've thought about, right? It's a fantasy novel? Okay. So, is it not at all horror, or is it, like, fantasy horror? So, okay, like, at least for me, the way I typically reconcile that is, for me, people make the place. And a lot of people that I know and am good friends with, according to at least a lot of interpretations of Christianity, are going to hell. Maybe a bit of horror? Okay. Well then, you'll have to keep us updated on it. It's the God that you're closest to and understand the most. And that's, you know, I am someone, I do not have a lot of knowledge about it, so again, take everything with a grain of salt. Internet stranger just talking about some of their relationship to it. Um, Basically, a lot of friends that I have, a lot of interpretations of Christianity say are going to hell. And to me, people make the place. Um, for me, it's something where if the rules of a group are getting in the way of what I think is right for me, I think that just typically means that's not a good fit for me. And okay, if there is some sort of absolute objective morality, if there's some judge that is sitting and will decide where I go after I die, I still think that I should live my life the way that I think I should, because I find myself to be a relatively moral person. And if there's a disagreement in that, I think that I will probably be better off wherever they decide to sort me, because I will be with like-minded people. Moral person? Yeah, I think that I am someone who considers my actions, and I do my utmost to do what I think is ethically correct in a situation. So I would say that I'm a fairly moral person. Now, is there objective morality, or do I believe in objective morality? No. Based on morals I choose? Yeah. But it's essentially, I consider someone relatively moral so long as they have good, if they can justify themselves, if they have thought about and reasoned their morals, I am usually very accepting of that. Like, if part of their morality is murder, you know, that does cross a line for me, but by and large, I'm fairly happy so long as people have reasoned it out. You got King? Wait, what? I don't know which Joker this is. Oh, King! Sick! Amazing, Carsey. Want to read The Stand, but hits it a bit too close to home? Yeah, The Stand, it's like sort of post-apocalyptic road trip, right? Why do I dislike murder? A very interesting question. For me, murder is something that, I don't know, murder is the deprivation of choice from others. You can argue it a lot, because, you can argue that people still have the choice to be stronger, not get murdered, be more on edge, but I don't know, I think it is an act that is incredibly restrictive to others. And so, for me, I think that it is very difficult to justify. Deadly Virus, woohoo, yeah. Now, Stand Still, Stay Silent is a webcomic that I really loved, and I started reading during the worst of the lockdowns, but yeah, it begins with a deadly virus. I was a little like, especially since we've got, bird flu is becoming more and more of a thing. We're not even done with the most recent pandemic. 13 times on cat now? Amazing. Crushing it, Carsey. What are my chosen morals, if I don't mind sharing? That's tough. I mean, I obviously don't, because we played the, we played around with the trolley problems, so no problem sharing them. It's just, I don't necessarily have a strict codification of it. Yeah, create a list. What I find is that whenever I've tried making a list, it typically doesn't work very well, because you can always find exceptions to things. Yeah, whatever feels right is almost the most correct answer for it. There are things where I can identify patterns in it, but ultimately, yeah, a lot of times it's defined based on how I feel about things. Oh, think you lose right now? No! Pull through! Lock in! Lock in! 300 mil small blind? That is a lot. I believe in you, Carsey. Because that was a project I had for a media ethics class, was to try and create a list of like 5 morals. And I will say, I found myself drawing a lot from the Satanic Temple, which I want to be very clear, the Satanic Temple, while being an ostensibly Satanist organization, is Satanism in a form that I would refer to kind of as like a theological punk. It's less about believing in a literal Satan and more about basically, the Lucifer from Paradise Lost, right? It's looking at Satan as a rebellious figure and trying to use Christian iconography to sort of stick it to Christianity as a way of like rebelling against it. But yeah, morals are rules to live by. I think morals are a system of I think they are a system of decision and or justification of actions. I think that there are systems of ethics that are the rules, and I think that morals tend to be the justification. It's the showing your work on something. Don't know if that's properly correct, but I think that would be how I would loosely define it while using half my brain for Jump King. An example of a moral. I think that it is immoral to kill people, to murder people, because I reason that freedom is an important thing to people. I think that freedom is a goal in and of itself. Or at least I think it is a important intrinsic property of people living their lives well. I think it is a given thing to strive for. And I think that murder is a deprivation of freedom and liberty. So that's like my rough reasoning chain. 1.5 mil off? No, that's so close. Hey, at least it was a fun run. We jump to the left here. Not going to agree, but I think we should use the death penalty more and do harsh ways of punishment in the judgment system. So, death penalty is a tough one. For me, when I've looked into it, and I don't have all of the studies handy. It's something that I could sit down and do more of an essay on. Generally speaking, using harsh punishment as a deterrent is not a very effective deterrent because people who are committing crimes do not seem to be considering the consequences of that, the long-term consequences. They're doing it because they think they can get away with it, or because they're not thinking about it. Is it immoral to stop someone from committing suicide because it's a deprivation of freedom? I think that trying to restrain someone and restrict someone from it, yeah. I say this as someone who has worked on a suicide hotline, and I felt that was very important work. But we're not stopping them. You do sometimes, certain ones do have you call aid workers and whatnot for it. But even then, I don't think that's forcing them to stop. It's putting barriers, it's making them think about it more, because ultimately someone who is very committed to it is going to do it, from my personal experience. I don't have a problem with trying to reason people out of it, but I think that I don't know, I think trying to make it illegal, for example, that's not, I think that's simply a non-useful way of going about things. I think it is one of those things that is simply a freedom that people have, and it's very hard to prevent them from exercising. But back to capital punishment and the like. I'm not inherently against capital punishment because fundamentally, there are times when people essentially restrict the freedom of others too significantly, and will continue to do so even with imprisonment. Is it even a punishment? Yeah, I don't genuinely view it as one. It is a tool that I think is necessary for some cases where there's no way to prevent further harm, but I also think it needs to be done with a lot of understanding and gravitas of it. I don't think I get very upset about how clinically it's done, and that by and large there tends to be more investment in the paralytic aspect of a lethal injection than there does the pain-killing aspect. It is something that, yeah. So I don't know. It's a tough topic, but I'm not inherently opposed to it. I think there are certainly some situations where it's necessary, but I also think it is not something to do lightly, and is not something to do as a preventative measure. More expensive to execute than sentence for life. I've also heard that. I haven't seen anything break down the expenses, so I don't know. But I don't know. I am very much of, I am a fan of rehabilitation more often than not. Kind of funny story, in 2021, wanted to kill yourself, was about to do it, but your favorite YouTuber posted a video, so watch that instead. Yep. Yeah, mental health is a very wonky thing. The feelings, it's often, yeah. everyone feels like that sometimes. I don't know if everyone does, but I think a lot of people do. And yeah, it's a very funky thing. But you know, it's good when we get to keep going on, because as much as life can suck, we still get to do cool things. We get to play Jump King, we get to chat with random folks on the internet. I find that cool. So I try and keep doing my best. Keep finding good things to keep myself upbeat. Alright. Thank you for popping in, XQ. It's been fun talking. Hope you get some good rest, and yeah, chat with you tomorrow. Life is a funky thing. Well, yeah, I don't know, I just try and do my best to live the best I can. I think that's all you can ask for. I think some ambition is good, but I think there's also a lot of times where we put way too much emphasis on doing good or great things. And it's like, I don't know. I think it's a great thing when you wake up and you cook yourself a meal. Because you're just enjoying. Life can be simple and good. At the end, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Or it may. If you believe that there's something after. But yeah, it's the way I've reconciled that is, even if there is something, I should just do what I think is right for now and enjoy it. And if it turns out that gets me punished in some way, well, at least I'll probably be with other folks who did something similar. But yeah, it's like, I think to me, the interactions with other people and treating them well, treating them kindly is far more important than, you know, anything that might come after. But that's me, because I think that what comes after is void. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's nice to be able to just try and make the world that's immediately around you a slightly better place. It's the concept of, like, you know, leave a place better than you found it. Pack out what you pack in. Just, you know, you don't need to fix all of the world's problems. Just try and fix the problems that you actually have some influence over. And that may not solve everything, but, you know, it will make things better, and will make it easier for folks, for hopefully other folks who are more ambitious to figure it out. Agree with cooking, it's great? Yes! Yeah. I did not actually cook for a pretty decent chunk of my life, because as a very young kid, my parents said, oh, you know, don't use the stove, don't use the burner. I'm like, okay. And I'm very bad. I stay on autopilot with things, because they never actually told me otherwise, even as, like, a teenager. I was just sort of like, oh, right, I'm not supposed to use the stove. But now that who let cook, now that I actually do, I love cooking. Oftentimes it's just very simple. I do 100 variations on rice in a pan, but you've challenged yourself to only cook for yourself and not eat out? Nice! Have you done, like, meal plan, meal prep, or just sort of gonna figure it out as you go? I don't actually eat out a whole lot. Sometimes people around me do, and I'll partake in that, but only eat once a day? Ah! I've kind of been taking to that with this new streaming schedule, is I just sort of have, like, one large meal. Yeah, I don't know, cooking is fun. It's nice. It makes me feel accomplished. Particularly when I do something, like, a little bit more fancy. If I, like, oh, you know, today I feel like making pot stickers, which, honestly, surprisingly easy. I won't say that they're good pot stickers, but, you know. More like 5 times a week. Well, you are currently working on a degree, right? Which I do think there's a fairly strong correlation between people working on a degree and people who eat out quite a bit. Because you've got a lot going on. Dun, 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 dun. Not really? Okay. I will say then, just in my personal observations, a lot of the med students that went to my school, oh boy, they still put most of your time into a void. Fair enough, fair enough. No, a lot of the med students at my school were just like constantly ordering something in, and it was really sweet because oftentimes you would get like study groups getting together and they would like switch off ordering just mountains of food because they're all just like, we are in this for the long haul. But no, I really enjoy, I've never really done cooking for a group, but baking I love doing for folks because there's a lot of things that are really easy to bake. I did make oatmeal raisin cookies for the first time yesterday, and man, I did not follow a good recipe for it. The dough was a little too dry, so they kind of turned into oatmeal balls. Which is fine, like, the shape, presentation doesn't matter hugely, but it made it kind of hard to get them to cook through, and since the recipe has a lot of brown sugar, it was really tough to get them to cook through without burning the outside. But now I know. Next time, I'll try like 1 cup of flour rather than 1.5. Now, like, baking is really... I don't know why people seem so intimidated by baking. I can understand it from the perspective of like pastry. Pastry is tough because you cannot overwork it. Layering it is a whole process. And I wonder if it's something because with cooking, you can kind of tell where the dish is going partway. That was not from me pressing key input. That was a little wonky. I think cooking, it's a lot easier to get feedback on how it's going partway through, whereas baking, you're kind of putting stuff together and hoping that it works out well, but once you bake enough, you can kind of tell where something is going beforehand. Don't like cooking for other people? That's, I think, reasonable. That's, at least for me, like, cooking for other people feels a lot more intimidating than baking, because baking, you're making a product that is usually a dessert that people will enjoy, whereas cooking, people can get real finicky. If you cook for yourself, doesn't matter if you mess up. Yes. Low pressure. I have certainly eaten a number of dishes that were probably real bad for my sodium levels. Yup. Yeah. And that's also part of the fun, right? You get to mess around, and sometimes it's kind of miserable, but you can have fun, and there's no pressure to it. The pressure is, oh no, I don't want to eat that, but I don't want to waste food. Trying to think of, like, the worst that I've screwed up cooking. A lot of times it's nothing, like, super fancy, it's just, like, making... Wow. Sorry. I ended up talking a lot over the weekend, so my voice is a little burnt out. A lot of times it's just, like, significantly oversalting some fried rice, and it just becomes like eating a brick of kind of unpleasant salt. I think one of my worst mistakes while baking, though, was trying to do like layered sheet chocolate chip cookies with like a layer of caramel in the middle. And the recipe called for caramel sauce. I did not realize that it meant caramel that you melt into a sauce and then allows to cool, because I was not thinking about the chemical reaction of letting it cool down. I was thinking, oh, it will caramelize it into more of a solid. No, it was just a gooey mess, but ended up cooking it for like an additional 5 hours at a super low temp, and it did finally like cure it, and those turned out actually very well. It was just not the intent. Cook very simple meals only. Yeah, I don't think I've cooked anything particularly fancy. I typically do variations on fried rice, or just like spaghetti in a pan with various accoutrements. I think pierogi and bao are probably my most complicated meals. Just because frying makes me very nervous, doing an actual like deep fry, because hot oil, scary. And bao, getting a good steaming setup can be a bit of a pain, but it's not that bad. Okay, we'll jump and jump. Okay, at least we didn't fall all the way down. And jump. Oh dear. Oh wow, I thought I was lined up there. But no, that's... I enjoy being able to make things for people that they can enjoy, and a lot of times I don't feel very confident in the things I produce, but with baking, it's something where I feel like it's hard to mess up a baked good enough that people won't really want it. I mean, like, it is possible, but people are usually fairly forgiving on the presentation, and I find that recipes are often fairly forgiving on texture and flavor. And so it makes me really happy being able to produce something that I feel pretty darn confident people are gonna like, because I like making people smile, make their day better. I, during finals week at college, would often try and bake up some, like, big batch of something and just, like, stand by the library, because everyone was going to the library to study. And a lot of people were like, who is this weird person holding a vat of cookies? But some people would try them, and it was always really fun, because if someone saw someone else take one, they would be way more willing to take one, but people didn't want to be the first person to take a cookie. It's also something you can do with your mom. Nice. Cooking with other people is fun. Although I haven't gotten to do that a whole lot, and I have a very different cooking and baking philosophy to the couple of friends that have been willing to do it. That's one of my friends is very like, you must measure everything out, it must be precise according to the recipe. I'm like, I mean, like, it's pretty close to the top of the rim. I'm not gonna pack the flour. And I don't want to use that, you know, measuring spoon, so we're just gonna go by vibes how much vanilla we're putting in. And they cannot abide it. Just my feeling, exactly. Like my morals, go with my gut. This recipe calls for as much vanilla as my heart wants. Oh, don't worry, I can't either, so... Words be difficult. Especially when they're... Man, if someone asked me to try and speak any amount of Spanish today, it would be particularly disastrous. It is particularly tough when it's not, you know, the base language. I'd say still... Man, I really loved doing a bit of retail work, because my favorite times were whenever folks would come in who didn't speak a lot of English. And it was always just, it was such a fun puzzle trying to help figure out with the tiny bits of the language that I knew and like Google Translate and just gestures trying to help figure out what can I do to help them get what they need. But then I always feel bad when folks who speak really good English apologize for not being able to do it, because I'm like, look, you know so much more of my language than I know of yours. So, like, don't apologize. You're making this conversation way easier. Just because you don't know the word passport doesn't mean that you're somehow inconveniencing me. So those were always fun. Still, I have fallen so much out of doing my language learning. Like, I'm keeping up my one Duolingo lesson a day habit, but I'm not learning from it. I need to work on it. I need to work on so many things. And then I just end up getting overwhelmed and working on none of them. But we try. We chug ahead. Passport is a compound word you just realized? Yep. Passage and... Actually, I guess I don't know the port, but it contains bits of words associated with travel. Actually, what is the etymology of passport? Etymology. Passer and port. So to pass and seaport. Oh, right, literally it's a pass for a port, duh, not even passage or whatnot. Those are just there because we use a lot of similar words for travel. A pass for a port. And now we have airports. Ports of the air. And eventually, spaceports, which I look forward to very much. Okay. Private spaceflight is something that excites me a lot, not because I think I'll ever be able to afford it, but I think it will be neat having, I think it will be neat that in my lifetime, the pathway to affordable space travel will be happening. And I really look forward to seeing commercials for Crazy Jim's used rocket emporium, because a lot of the rockets get retired early because they have, safety margins, but could probably go for a number more flights. No, don't, Johan, why are you doing that? But yeah, I really want to see the, like, aftermarket sale of rocket boosters. I think it will be deeply dangerous, but I'm amused. One must imagine the Jump King happy? Yes, howdy Nobo, how goes it? We like to think the Jump King is very happy. I mean, he seems awfully cheery considering how often he ends up just splatting on the ground. He gets knocked down, he picks himself up again. He's not ever gonna get kept down. Oh no. trying to do tub thumping, but, in the third person, and doesn't work quite as well. It needs to be, I get knocked down, I get up again. Not ever gonna keep me down. Seems driven? Yeah. I mean, he has to reach the hot babe at the top. Although, again, we are insignificant. We don't have to reach the babe. We simply want to reach the top for our own purposes. Oh, that was shameful. And we've been going for almost 2.5 hours, and yeah, not a huge amount of progress, but we have gotten a little further than we used to be today, and that's fun. And we're getting better, little by little. All improvements. I would love to see what the Jump King looks like under the helmet. Like, we say he. Do we know it he? Maybe it's she. Maybe they're just a suit of armor. He is a Mandalorian. I can see it. Can't take it off. Except in private. So does that mean we, the audience, are in fact actual people in this? Whoop. Oh, darn. Man, Mandalorian is so cool. Oh, pardon. Sorry, I think I mostly dodged the mic. Are we the observer? I think so. I mean, so I'm the player, but I'm observing, and you all are observing me observing. Oh no. But no, Mandalorian, super neat. I am not a huge Star Wars person, but I did have a friend get me into some of the, like, extended lore at one point because they are a big fan. And I always loved Mandalorian culture, and it's so cool. It's so cool that we get, like, a full exploration of it. I think warrior cultures are cool. Even if I think I would do very poorly in one. Star Wars lore is very deep. Yup. Like, I didn't know that the Sith were a species originally, but apparently they were just a species of space wizards. Although, I have no clue these days, like, the stuff that is still canonized versus not. Can't be deeper than the lore. Yeah, lore just goes so far. Lore will always be what you find at the bottom of the barrel. Pandora's box? You thought it was hope in there? False. Actually lore. Actually kind of true. The bottom of Pandora's box was not hope. It was the story of Pandora's box. Luckily, you watch none of the new movies. Yeah, I have. You know, I'm not gonna say that I'm worse off for having watched them, but I certainly think I could have spent my time on better things. And you know what? Oh god. I'm glad that some people do enjoy the new movies, and, like, no hate to that. Just, they were the same story as, you know, Star Wars is an archetypal story, and it was the same story, but without some of the continuity that I liked. You know, it was a continuation of the characters that had been beloved, but felt very far removed, and didn't do anything that I found particularly surprising, but felt like they were trying to they were trying to make it seem like it was surprising. Watch some videos about what they did to Luke, the CGI and such, or just like characterization. But yeah, I don't know, I am glad that things like The Mandalorian exist, but yeah, the movies were a little just not what I was hoping for. Characterization, yeah. Okay, we jump to the right. Yes, to the right. There we go. Okay. Chimney jump. Chimney jump. Oh no. Oh dear. Whoop. Luke and the Mandalorian was great. Yeah, I think I don't like constantly subscribe to Disney Plus, so I watch it in bursts. And I think last I saw was Luke showing up as a potential trainer. So didn't mind the CGI. Okay. I don't have a problem with it visually. I find resurrecting actors with CGI just a vaguely concerning concept. Like, I get it, it's cool, it's just a little unsettling to me. Yeah. Like, it's neat that that's a form of preservation that can take place. Just a little, you know, it's... Yeah, I don't know how to fully articulate that thought. It's a little unsettling that you can work your entire life and then people will make a puppet of you, which is just wonky. Joke may be funny the first time, and it's even funnier the second time if you don't see it coming. This is true. What are you talking about? Indiana Jones felt unnecessary. I've never actually watched Indiana Jones because my folks tried to get me to watch, I think, like, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and I was having none of guy getting impaled on Spike. Like the movie nonetheless? Good. It's one of those things where I feel like I should watch it, and I will at some point, but never seen a lot of stuff. Ayy. Me too. Mood. Okay. Little jump. Oh, okay. Okay. Little jump, okay. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a hole. Oh, there's a hole there. I don't like the hole. Okay. Maybe we can side bounce? Okay. 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 No. It's better to live the cool stories than watch them. This is fair. But I also don't live them a lot, so I think watching them, to hopefully get a little inspired, is also a good way. A good thing to do. I do not like this. This makes me very tense. Okay, so we can wall bounce off that. Okay. Okay. Things are happening. Let's jump up. Oh god. Where do we go? Oh, so do we need to... Okay, I should try and touch the crow. And that's going to probably do me in, but... Oh! Yo, I'm too tall? Oh no. So I have to go back. Oh, this is going to go so poorly. So maybe, okay. Let's go up and, yeah, let's try going up and we'll probably fall. So we'll have another crack at the crow. That's what we'll do. Oh, God. I don't like the tiny jumps. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, that's... Whoa, that was... Why was there such a loud Discord notif? Where did that come from? Did that come from my Chromebook? Sorry, hold up. Why was my Chromebook so loud? Yeah, wonky. Okay. Oh, that was startling. Do. I have thought a lot about the fact that there's not a lot of things in my life that I feel are particularly compelling stories, and I would love to have more. And that's, that's one element of streaming, is that I'm going to be doing things and get more stories, like fighting Sans and talking to interesting folks. Okay, this is evil. I think we ricochet? Yes, okay. Oh, yeah, we are so gonna fall, but if we don't, what about the... Never mind. Okay, we do get to go back for the crow. Solved that problem. But yeah, I need to get out and live life more, do stuff. Streaming is a way of trying to keep myself from simply sitting around and consuming rather than doing. It's doing with consumption. But yeah, I need to, and I'm hoping in the next month or two, I'm probably going to be figuring out moving out into the wide world, get a job. So I will still be streaming as a hobby at that point, but it'll probably be like 1 to 3 times a week. But we'll see. Who knows where the world goes. For now, we're doing this and having fun. All activities are a combination of consuming and doing? That's interesting. I think that I can see a lot of things that I would consider probably pure consumption, and there are some creative processes that I would think of as purely doing, but you can make an argument for a lot of things. Like what? Well, I would argue that... Oh god. I would argue that watching a movie on your own is probably... I consider that mostly consumptive. I guess you can argue that you're doing the activity of watching a movie, you're giving it your attention, but I don't know, it's all in the name of consumption. You can watch it critically, and you think about it in your head, but you don't always. I think critical consumption is a form of doing, but there are times where you watch something and you're not really comprehending it. Maybe that's just me thing, maybe sometimes I have no thoughts head empty, but there are definitely times where I can watch a movie and then come out of it going, I don't know what I just watched, and I feel like I've lost a decent chunk of the day. And so maybe it's only a useful distinction for me, but for me, I think that having intention when doing things is a very important part of turning them into doing something rather than just letting it happen. So is the experience the same regardless of who watches it? I think that, no, that's fair. So there are different active components to it, but okay, so when eating, even if it's the exact same food product, there's a difference that there's some doing because there's an active role in how someone is enjoying it and how their flavor palette matches. I can see it. So perhaps I need a different way of phrasing the construct that I have for myself. But for me, there's a lot of things where I can do an activity without it being a meaningful activity because I'm not assigning it meaning. I feel like I'm not actually doing it, where I'm just consuming it. I'm allowing it to be a passive thing. Whereas doing things actively gives them a much deeper sense of meaning to me. Thought that even thinking in a dark room is consumption partly. Huh. Because you're consuming information about the world around you, you're consuming sort of peace and silence. Because that would put you in a particular frame of mind. This is fair. These are not things I was considering. Oh, using what you consumed before. Well, so is using things that you've consumed before an act of consumption? Recycling it, because to me, I think that just because someone's consumed things, I don't think that because you've seen a lot of like Boris Vallejo art and then you know, draw something in a similar style, I don't think that's an act of reconsumption. I think that is an act of production that has been influenced by prior consumption. But I suppose if you have the mental image in your mind, that would be a form of consumption, but how accurate is that image? Memory is highly fallible. So you're consuming an impression that you've generated. But yeah, so I mean, that is definitely, I think there's some interesting stuff there, but I guess the concept I was trying to parse was the difference between being engaged with an activity and not being engaged with it. And for me, I did play a fair bit of like Magic and whatnot before streaming, but I was often not super engaged with it. It was something that I was doing because I casually enjoyed it, and I was chasing the dopamine rush of like pulling off a combo. I was being a Timmy. Or I guess a Johnny. Magic is clearly both. Well, it can be, but at least for me, I was often engaging with it in sort of a brain fog, and at least for me, I wasn't getting anything out of it. I wasn't even really thinking. I was kind of on autopilot and feeling like time was just being thrown down a hole. Whereas doing it on stream, having conversations, thinking things through, trying to present it on some level, I find myself a lot more tuned in. The first time I drafted to rare completion, I very specifically limited myself to like 1 draft, maybe 2 per day, to make sure that I wasn't just jamming drafts, but instead was making them an activity. Is autopiloting not doing? Well, I think the doing versus not, the doing versus consumption, I agree that's not the best construct for it, but trying to get across the concept of you can do the same activity and engage with it in 2 different ways, like being aware, kind of. I've used like thoughtfulness or mindfulness as a way to describe it, where I can mindfully play Magic, and I can make it an activity where I'm getting things out of it, I remember it, there are ups and downs of it, as opposed to basically mindlessly engaging with Magic, just hoping that, hey, things will line up and go well. And I find that to be a very common thing with me and consuming media. Oftentimes, I have noise in the background that's something I've already watched. I'm not mindfully consuming it, I'm mindlessly consuming it as sort of a substitute for human interaction. Should stop being mindless? Yeah, and I will say, I think there is a value to mindlessness sometimes, because I think it is an important and useful tool for emotional management in some cases. But I also think there's a lot of times where it can contribute to the, there's a lot of talk about like Skinner boxes and cycles of addiction in video games and whatnot. It's not the same thing as intuition, right? Or is it? Yeah, I would delineate it from intuition, because I still think I look at intuition as a somewhat active thing. You get that gut feeling, but oh no. You still make you still make evaluations about your intuition. It's still something that you have to parse. Whereas, at least when I'm feeling like I'm doing something mindlessly, there might be muscle memory to it, but it doesn't feel like I'm using my intuition. I'm not using my gut to make the decisions. It's a fruit of previous mindful thinking? Yeah, I think that's a reasonable way of looking at it. That might be a little difficult to justify in cases where you're using your intuition on something that you haven't experienced before, but I suppose you could also argue that it's making a best guess based on prior experiences that are similar. It's it is still the accumulation of experiences. Um, yeah, but I think that's part of why intuition, I would say, is different from like when I'm playing Magic mindlessly. It feels almost more like muscle memory. You know, I'm behaving with the heuristics of play things in your second main phase and, you know, try and maximize mana usage and so on. I'm not thinking critically. I'm not thinking, oh, you know, is that actually the best thing to be doing here? Is it better to spend a little less mana because I need to deal with this threat immediately? It's interesting when it comes to chess? Absolutely. Chess is a game that I very much do not understand well, because for me, a lot of it feels like high-level play is memorization, but I do know that that's more of a barrier to entry, and that it still gets into a lot of important decision-making later on based on how the original game state played out. It turns into something that is no longer memorization, but the hurdle of memorizing various openings has kind of turned me off of it. The world champion says he plays better drunk in fast games. Interesting, because he doesn't overthink it? Yeah. That would be... I know, no, going off intuition works. That is a correct way of phrasing that. Working from going off. I mean, like, that... I always love when people have those opinions, and I trust it by and large, but I would love to see an actual study done with that, of if he did play better, because I would also be interested with, like, the reduction in actual reaction time, for, like, hitting the timer and such. Former world champ? Okay. But yeah, I don't know, I think that'll be a very interesting thing to test, but that aside, that's a very interesting concept of basically the intuition is better for those fast games. That's cool. That's neat. Oh no, thunk. Chose not to play the World Championship again. Interesting. Retire champion in the most literal sense. Has he given a reason for it, or just wasn't feeling it? Dun, 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 dun. Drip, drip. He didn't like the format? Fair enough. I think he said change it or you won't play. And he stuck by it. That's kind of cool. Yep, didn't change it, so didn't play. Bam. Simple enough. I think that's very interesting, because this is someone, I mean, if they're a world champion, or a former world champion, I have to imagine that's someone who is probably making their money off of it, but still, I'm guessing, actually enjoys the game, which is cool. It's fun seeing people who enjoy the things that they're good at. Which I know that's like a kind of simple observation, but I think there is a genuine joy to people who are good at something and enjoy doing it that makes me really happy to see people who have done so much in something still just light up like a young kid. Tried to define math? Oh? Yeah. Man, that is a tough one, because I've definitely heard people talk about it as like a system for describing a system or language for describing the natural world, but even then, it's not always descriptive. Sometimes it's prescriptive. It actively shapes how we think about things. The natural world, like it gets used in physics and chemistry. It's a way of talking about the world that exists around us. And so, yeah, only small part, yeah, because there's a lot of it that gets into theoretical things as well. And it's prescriptive, not always descriptive. Speaking of chemistry, yes, Nobo? Most of it is abstract? Yeah. But hopefully we'll find uses for the abstract stuff eventually. Oh, you have to study that? Like, right now? Or that's coming down the line and you're like, oh no. Don't care about the uses, you're there just for the math? That's funny, for me, math is a vehicle for understanding things, but that's also why I'm not a math major, right? You have the exam for it tomorrow? Oh no. But dude, I've never been good at chemistry. It's a rough one, but I believe in you. You'll get those reactions. Is it a particular type? Is it like organic, inorganic, or think you like it for its beauty? Interesting. You got it fine, you think? Both? No! Well, 07. Wish you luck. So, you like math for its beauty, whatever that means, or whatever it means. Interesting. Why do you find math beautiful? What does it's like a little salute emoji, because the O is the head and then the 7's the arm raised. As I don't know if that's, I think it's still in oh dear, I think it's still semi-popular use, but I don't know. I'm an old man. You have news. What news, Aya? What do you bring? Like math because it makes sense most of the time anyway. Okay. Yeah, I do like that there's definite answers in a lot of cases. You shall be short for the rest of your life? Are you taking this as good news? Because, I mean, hey, it means that you don't have to buy too many new clothes. Everything behind math has an explanation. Does it? That's, I know that was not quite the order that those messages came in, but does everything in math have a reason behind it? 5'2" to 5'3" for life? Hey! That's honestly, that's not that bad of a height. That is around the height of one of my friends that I tease mercilessly, but I mean, like, honestly, I think that's a good height. You don't have to stoop through any doorways. And yeah, again, if you know that you're not going to grow too much more, that's been one of my biggest problems, was growing and being like, oh, now I have to buy, like, clothes a size up. Come on. Short, but short good. How much is 5'3" in meters? Oh, that's going to be like 2.5-ish? 5. So that's 63 inches. 2 meters. 1.6 meters about. Oh, did I say 2? Like 1.5. Whoops. Yes. I don't know, I actually haven't measured my height in a while, but I'm not significantly taller than that. I'm used to, a lot of my friends are over 6 foot tall, so I feel very short. Hey, tall, yep, 2.5 meters, heyo. See, I seem like a 5'7" kind of guy? Interesting, I think I'm shorter than that. I think I'm a little shorter than that. But, I don't know, it's tough because I've grown out my hair, and my hair gets very poofy, so getting an accurate read can be a little bit of an issue, even, like, pushing it down. Math is based on axioms which you take for granted. Poofy? Yeah, like, my hair likes to not... I have long hair, but I can probably pull it out to maybe 1.5 times the length that it looks to be, because it's very curly and it gets very voluminous. Foopy? Yeah. No, that's... I have a very mixed relationship with my hair. It's something I'm still working on. I've found a conditioner that helps it be a little smoother. I've got friends that are like, embrace your curls, it looks cute. And I'm like, yeah, but I like not to have knots in my hair. Because I literally, it gets knotted. And it's not even like tight curls though, it's like wavy but from hell. But yeah, I don't know, like I can manage it with a bun a lot of the time and such. Used to not care about being on the shorter side, but recently it bothered you a bit? Oh, I don't know, all heights are good. I've got friends that are like super tall. I've got friends that wear high heels all the time, or something that has heels, just to be taller. And it's like, I'm glad for them. It makes them feel more in accordance with the way they feel they should be, but it's also like, I don't know. Height is height. You can always find a tall person to grab things off the top shelf for me. Hear this out. X to the 6 minus x equals 0 has 5 very simple answers. 5? Okay. You love wavy hair, don't have it, but you enjoy it? Oh, okay. Those being 0, 1, -1, I, and -I. Okay, I was like, 0 would work. Because... No, wait, no, it wouldn't. Oh, no, wait, yes, 0 to the power of. Oh, 0 to the 5? Am I really just that? Wow. I'm looking at it, still looks like a 6, but... Okay, so to the 5th, and that makes sense because then it's an odd-numbered one. So that the negatives also work. Or wait, no. What? Hold up. So, okay, 0 makes sense. Because 0 to the 6 is 0, minus 0 is 0. 1, so that's blind plays things. Yeah. So 1 to the power of 6 is 1 minus 1, okay. -1, or sorry, to the power of 5. -1 to the power of 5 is -1 minus x, so minus -1 would be 0. Okay, so it does need to be odd. Okay. Intriguing. Here's an easy way to find rational solutions. Okay. Because, yeah, like, I definitely would not have thought of these problems. Okay. All the way back down. No! I do know what I is. It's the square root of -1. I'm familiar with imaginary things, I just don't often think about them. Yeah. That's... My thing about math is I'm not someone who has a great deal of sophisticated knowledge in math, physics, you know, most fields of science, but I know a lot of little things and just not how to apply them very well. I find the initial bit interesting, but working further with them and fully understanding all of the uses, nah. You can music? Music cool, and music cool application of math. God, it was only a couple of years ago that I finally, like, understood, major versus minor chords and whatnot. Have you seen that one animation video of math by Alan Becker? It's really good. No, I haven't. French horn and piano. An amazing power duo. Once wanted to piano, but you can't. As I had a friend teach me a little bit of piano, and that went not great. Kazoo, yes! Kazoo! Used to piano. That's, for me, trying to sing. I will not claim that I can sing well, but singing is closest I come to an instrument. But kazoo, I can do kazoo. Kazoo is fun. I might even be able to half remember how to play recorder. Oh no! That's... I shouldn't laugh, that's very rough, but also... That's a solid joke there. Good way to bring some levity to that. Oh, you choired. Nice. Yeah, I did try doing choir for a little bit, but I got very intimidated because they use cheat music, and when I sing, I'm very bad at telling pitch. Yeah, and then COVID. I'm very bad at telling pitch, and I didn't actually know how to read music, so I had, like, a literal panic attack, because I wasn't even invited, I just, like, showed up, and they were like, oh, here, and I had no clue, I could not bring myself to sing loudly because I felt like I was gonna screw it up. Oh, Zoom call plus singing don't mix? Yeah. Well, it's part of, like, I think it would be fun to do, like, short singing stream or something, do, like, an unarchived one, but, man, can you imagine that with how crunchy my microphone is? That would not go well. I think my audio is, like, okay, but only in my fairly standard talking range because I did a lot of things to mess with it. Sing Weird Al songs. Ooh. I don't actually know a lot of Weird Al songs. I could do, like, little bits. I would absolutely try. A lot of what I really enjoy singing tends to be more like folk music. Also fluted. In your school, when there were music lessons, you learned to play the flute. We completely reproduction in process sucked. What's that going to be? Redoing No, I'm not getting that one. I'm gonna kick myself when you say it though, Nobo. Oh, wait, no, I see. No, I get it now. Yep. I got it right before you said it. I was like, reproduction like a copy or something. You ukulele and recorded. Yeah, I didn't do ukulele in elementary school. We did do recorders. I think that's a relatively common experience. Oh, and xylophone. Yeah. I think we had marimbas. I remember we had like a really big marimba, a bass marimba that everyone wanted to play whenever it was time. Brent plays bass on a band? Cool. Bass, I think, is one of those things that gets kind of underappreciated, but it's really important and doesn't get a lot of the glory. Remember your bassist, everyone. I assume, probably bass guitar. Oh, FLP? Oh, I haven't done FLP, or was it? I think or LMMS, I think is the one that I've used a little bit for it. Yeah, LMMS. I'm not super great with it, but, I'm not super great with it. But it's something I want to mess around with a bit more. The difference between bass and bass guitar, that I don't know. I thought they were just the same ways of referring to the same thing, or different ways of referring to the same thing, but I mean, I also took forever to find out that fiddles were actually just, you know, a banjo that you don't, or not a banjo, a violin that you play in a fiddle style. Fair. But yeah, I for the longest time thought that fiddles were like their own instrument, but no, it's how you play the violin. Like to be able to play violin? Yeah. I'd like to be able to play fiddle. I've tried doing a bit of guitar. I get really... I have difficulty playing guitar for the same reason I have difficulty playing Celeste. I get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of inputs. You don't play? You should really try out games, honestly. They're really fun. Yeah, no, I would like to play instruments, but I just try and sing to the best of my ability and have fun with that. Folk songs are nice. I do have a lot of fun. I don't think it sounds good, but there's, oh, that was silly. Lovely song called 16 Tons. That's about, working as a miner. That, M-I-N-E-R. Although many of them probably were also miners. But, crash. But it's one where I feel like I can use a fairly deep register, which I have a lot of fun with. It's calming to play piano? I can see it. Oh, farewell, Aya. It's been good to have ya. Yeah, I haven't played much piano, and it was stressful for me, but I do find it very calming watching people play pianos. Piano. So I can, from how they look when playing, I can imagine that it's a very calming experience. Man, so I did take a beginning voice class in college. To try and learn a little bit about it. I have such trouble. I can use my voice. I have a lot of trouble using my head voice. Or mixed, which is really important for getting good sound. But I did learn a lot from that, and it's helped me not get good at singing, but I think certainly improve. See what you did there? I made it sound like I understood play as in playing a game instead of playing an instrument. It's a rather hilarious thing taking in context that we are speaking of music, so its element of comedy was the surprise of not expecting the meaning of the word play. Oh, ho, ho, ho. And you know what makes a joke even funnier? Explaining it! You've got comedy on lock. I think the joke was the explanation of the joke to not actually be. I think the joke was intended to be sort of dryly, oh, it's like, why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? Is it funny anymore? No, but it's funny because it's a joke. It's funny because it's a classic. It's explaining the joke to make it funny because it was already, oh, ha 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 ha, and then it was, oh, ha 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 ha, I see. Like 80% of your jokes are left ununderstood. They're secret jokes that, hey, as long as they make you laugh, that's good. I don't know how often I actually make jokes per se. A lot of my humor, I think, tends to be observational, of just like, huh, isn't that wonky? Let's take this further than it's perhaps reasonable to do. So they're not so much jokes, it's just observational humor. But I'm trying to think of the last time I've like told a joke with the intention of telling one. I'll often make jokes that I feel are like obligatory low-hanging fruit, but it's in a similar vein of, I don't expect it to be funny, but I still think it will lighten the mood a bit because everyone knows, but no one decided to quite make it. Wait, what may that be? Self-infestation? Personal plague? We've gotten very comfortable with this lost keep. we like to stay in here quite a bit. There we go. We ascend once more. There we go. They require some knowledge, yes. Yeah, jokes, I find it's very interesting. I feel like often the broader the appeal of a joke, the less funny it is, and the more you have to rely on like meta aspects of humor. Whereas you can craft like the most laser targeted silver bullet of a joke and it will be incredibly funny to one person. And I find that a very interesting property. Oh no, yeah, that's totally fine. I need to work up some cards and see if we could like maybe do a collab sometime. No, go out, raid varieties of people. There are so many streamers beyond me. Have I made any progress today? We made it past the chimney jump and we saw some more stuff, and we're improving, as always. Singular is required to think to themselves that the royal superior of hops is content. So one is required to think of themselves that the king... So, Jump King, I see. Garlic phone? Delicious. Anything of particular note? Anything that's going to be carried forward into people's nightmares after that? Whoop! Ah, damn. I always find Gartic. Garlic phone. Garlic is easier to say. Can you make a garlic phone? I mean, probably. You could certainly make a garlic-powered phone. Why are you licking a gar? Because they're a really cute fish. I also like garlic. But, I don't know, like, it's a medium that carries sound. You could make a garlic phone in the same fashion that, you know, like, two tin cans connected with a string are a phone. Probably. It would be very difficult, but, you know, it wouldn't just be a string. But you could do something. You could transmit sound through garlic. But, I don't know, I always find that game, Garlic Phone, to be most fun when you've got like a very healthy mix of people who are really good at art and people who are not. So you get this like severe whiplash from, wow, that was really well done, to, oh, Why is that there? Also, this is literally shaded Citadel from Rainworld. Oh. I'll take your word for it. Can you make a phone through which you can have a conversation with a garlic? I mean, I think you can currently have a conversation with a garlic through a phone. It's just not going to be particularly engaging, I would imagine. Oh, gar is short for pot in Polish. I did not know this. No, I was thinking, I believe it's called a gar, is a sort of type of predatory fish. Dialogue? Yeah, that's tougher. That one's going to require a means of getting garlic to communicate. I guess... So, okay. How means of plant communication, I would say, are the way they choose to grow. So, if you could set up a camera that visually interprets an image as a sound, you know, there's no way to communicate to the garlic, though, what it's saying. There's not a way to establish a shared language, but you could do something where you could interpret garlic growth into sound. It just might not be particularly comprehensible. Although if it just turned out to be one long scream, which would probably be the easiest form of, one of the more likely forms of output, who knows? Maybe that's accurate to the garlic's experience. Use intuition, intuit what the garlic says. And welcome back, Aya. We were discussing how to speak with garlic. I know, it's been forever. Don't think paint a tree stump is even possible unless the garlic is somehow able to understand and two, able to respond. Well, but, you know, this gets into like alien communication, right? You downloaded 43 level packs? Dear lord. But like, how do we know that the garlic is not comprehending us on some level? I know this is bordering on the absurd, but, like, I don't know, plants are living things. We've seen that there are trees that can communicate through... Actually, okay, I got a reputation for this. For a brief period of time towards the start of my college career, I was known as the sentient tree guy because I was very fascinated by the concept that trees had some control over their growth and would, like, grow away from other trees of their own species. That is actually not that much, believe it or not. Like 4 of them during the startup. Ayo. But yeah, like, I don't know. I find it interesting. I think there is a deeper intelligence to trees than we often attribute. And I find that interesting. So why not garlic? Why not garlic speak? Why not garlic understand? I don't know how to actually establish proper communication, how we can interpret garlic. I don't know how to measure that, but these are... I should look a little bit more into concepts for extraterrestrial communication, because it is a very interesting topic of how do we communicate with something that we don't have a shared culture or history with? That may not even have the same body setup as us, so how will we understand pointing and such? Asked a Hearthstone streamer about the dialogue with the garlic, and did they have thoughts? I mean, like, we could also just put googly eyes on a clove of garlic and call it good. You know about the forest that is actually singular interconnected plant, like below the ground trees? I believe Joshua trees is what you're talking about, the ones that can live a couple hundred years and they're all just one big colony? He said, what? Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, no, and even aside from that, oh, that was the worst way to do that stupid thing I do. I know that a lot of old growth forests will often have interconnected largest known plant. That seems correct to me because, yeah, there's a national park in California, maybe? That I believe is Joshua Tree National Park, and I think that is the oldest and possibly largest. But I know, like, a lot of old growth forests will have interconnected fungal networks that kind of serve as like a neural a network of neurons for relaying information between trees about like predators and pests, and it can cause trees to release defensive mechanisms. Cipher language you made up a long time ago. Yes, I forget what it was called, but we did talk about conlangs, and you did give some examples of it. So yes, I believe we did talk about it. I forget the name, I forget the rules. Because I have a brain made of Swiss cheese. What was it called? Remembering the name, cheese nice? Cheese is nice. I like cheese. Although, oh boy, I have some cheese that was unrefrigerated and could probably get turned into a biological weapon. Don't think you explained them kind of complicated? Yeah, you gave like some of the basics of it. Denagahiza, yes. I remember. It was something with like vowel replacement, right? Among many other things. Well, is it a language if only one person understands it? An interesting question. I think a language is simply a structure of representations of things. So I think something is still a language so long as there's a structure, even if no one understands it. It's just not necessarily... Actually, yeah, hold up. What? Wikipedia. Definition of language. Language. I'm curious how Wikipedia defines this. Language is a structured system of communication that consists of grammar and vocabulary. Way too... you remember, haha. Yeah, way too rade made mabedera. Yes. Because it's a cipher, right? It's modifying things. But, yeah, so interesting. So, Wikipedia is at least defining language as having an integral component of communication, not simply representation. And I don't know how I feel about that. Because I would say that there are a number of dead languages that we know were used for communication, but cannot currently be understood. So they can't be used for communication, but I guess they were used for it in the past. So, I don't know. I just, like, my intuition, my gut reaction is that language does not inherently need to be communicative to still be a language. Does the past exist? Well, now we're getting into that whole thing. I choose to believe, I feel that believing in the past is a functionally useful thing, and therefore, yes. Not speaking of time again, yeah. No. I like history, and therefore, history is something I choose to believe in, and I find it useful. I find it useful to believe that I existed yesterday. Whoop. And it lets us think about cool things. Does the future exist? Not yet. But it will. It's a concept. Time paradoxes are quite funny? Yeah. Well, I mostly find them funny because I think we'll never actually get into a situation where they arise, because most of the... From what I've seen, if we ever get time travel, it's going to be essentially just looking at an alternate... Basically an alternate look of what we currently have. Does the present exist? I think so. I mean, that also gets into complicated questions of, like, consciousness. You know, there's a lot of debate of whether or not our experience of consciousness is actually an agentic thing or something that is essentially just an observer. But again, for all practical purposes, I say the present, future, and past exist. For philosophical ones, I think you can argue a whole number of sides. But that's, I don't know, that's, for me, I used to think about this stuff a lot more. And I used to feel it really important to have an correct answer. What does exist mean? Yep. But, I don't know, for me, what eventually really helped me settle a lot of these questions was asking, I think, the much more poignant question of, what does it matter? Because practically, does it matter to me whether or not the future, past, or present exist? And the answer is no. Well, it does matter because it's easy enough. It's funny that present has a lot of different meanings that are all tied up by the concept of right now. Yep. But then also, oh, actually, yeah, I guess like to present something is often done immediately. To gift a present, I suppose not. Nothing matters is where you end up? Yes. But there's one more step to that. If nothing matters, we've got a playground. You get to make your own meaning. And that's, at least to me, that's super, super freeing. Because yeah, I used to be scared by that. If things don't have meaning, what's the point? And the point is, there is no point. Have fun with it. You get to make your own. No thing does matter. Nothing. Everything doesn't matter. Yes. So you get to make your own. There's a lot of people that when I say, I kind of look at nihilism as I think I'm relatively nihilistic. It's just that I am taking nihilism in the concept of things don't have intrinsic meaning. They just don't have meaning, which means I get to do whatever I want with it. Define matter? Things that you feel are pertinent, down to just like with morals, right? Where it kind of boils down to intuition most of the time. It can matter depending on the goal, right? But you have to set that goal. You have to set the structure. When people say life is a game, I don't think they mean it in this sense, but life is a game because you get to make up the rules. There are other people who have also made rules, and you get to choose what you do and don't engage with. There are some that are inescapable. There are some of the things that are basically what I would consider the game engine, but things like laws and whatnot, those are a product of the game engine, because you can't escape other people, but, you can choose how you interact with those, whether or not you obey them or try and get past it. For a second, you actually thought you said matter as in mass. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know. For me, I have sought a lot of comfort in the concept that there's not an intrinsic meaning. There's not an intrinsic purpose to things. And so that just means that I need to get better at finding ways to define that meaning for myself. And that's, I think, for me, my path to being happy. And then you can, debate, is happiness a good end goal? And I would say, I don't think happiness itself is necessarily a goal, because it's fairly ill-defined, but I think it is a byproduct of achieving a variety of other goals. Also, I guess happiness as a goal in and of itself could be fine. It's just, you need other things to achieve that. You can't just be happy. You need to do things to be happy, but if your goal is simply loosely defined as, I want to find the things that make me happy, that's great. Just live your life, yeah. But, I don't know, for me, it's something where I tend to overthink things a lot. Look at my Baba is You stream. So for me, it's something where philosophy was very important. Or don't, yeah. Philosophy was really important. I needed to know the right way to think about things. And yeah, my eventual conclusion was, it's all well and good to think about it. It's fun to talk about it. It's fun to think about hypotheticals, but at the end of the day, all the benefit of that is helping me figure out how I define things. It's helping me figure out how I think about things and what goals interest me. So there is still use to it. It's just not, it's not going to reveal any sort of, absolute answer. Oh, speaking about philosophical things is a way of living your life. Or make thinking the goal, right? Because you, who was it? Descartes that you said? Basically the production of reason. Is how he defined his goal, and it seems to be similar to how you define yours. Yeah. And that's, yeah, everyone has different things, and I think that's mighty cool. Whoop. There we go. Spending a lot of time in the sewers. And sewers are so cool. That might be a weird thing to say, but think how much healthier we are as a society with, like, actual drainage systems. Yeah, they're rad. Like cultivating in games, doing that in real life takes, yeah. Plants are cool. Yeah. No, it's so... When you think about all of the systems that go into making modern life happen, I find that so cool. Sewer. Yes. Or a seamstress or a tailor. But yeah, like, I don't know, it's cool to me thinking about we've got this complex bit of engineering underneath our feet. Every time, you know, we get a glass of water, every time we use the shower, use the restroom, we're interacting with this giant interconnected system that we hardly ever see and I think rarely think about. Which compare that to, you know, flinging your chamber pot out your window. Life's a lot better for it, I think. But I mean, I love reading about the periods of time where cities started implementing sewer systems, because you're having to convince people that don't have usually a fairly good grasp of germ theory, because oftentimes it was done before germ theory was a thing. So you're having to convince these people that don't really know about it. They think that diseases are caused by, you know, unbalanced humors or a noxious gas. That, no, actually, it's a really good idea for us to tear up the entire city and raise it by like a foot so we can install this sewer system to prevent you from getting sick. That's such, at least to me, that is such an interesting process of trying to get that to happen, and the amount of good it does. Because, I mean, having a proper sewer system does so much for the health of a society, because turns out not living with your own feculence and of that of all of your neighbors, really, really useful. Yeah, let us live the entire city, don't worry about it. And, I mean, usually done in chunks, so you've got places where then it's hard to travel through, you're not able to use your property for a while. To me, that's nutty. Thought about learning to sew your own clothes, watch some videos? It's fun. I've made a pair of pants. It turned out not super well, but it's certainly an interesting craft. I love things that's I think part of why I enjoy cooking and baking. I enjoy doing things that have a tangible, useful product. But yeah, no, I used to know how to sew a fair bit better than I do now, but never really made a whole lot in the way of clothes, because getting proper fit is tough, and I am very particular about how my clothes feel. Why do we have hair? Like, just in general, or top of the head? It's like, you know, mammals, we have body hair, but like, why on top of the head? I don't know why that stuck around as much. That is an interesting, yeah. I don't know. I suspect it was probably something to do with presentation. I don't think it's to protect the brain. The skull does a pretty darn good job of that. Plus, you know, the cerebrospinal fluid. I suspect, I mean, so heads are where you lose a lot of heat from, so that is one of the most common things I've heard. To protect skull, it doesn't really protect the skull all that much, though. But I've heard it basically because it's a place where a lot of heat leaves, so it helps with efficiency, but I suspect that it has something similar to, like, plumage in a bird of paradise. Did you know that if you put a rope around any circle and then wanted to increase its radius in all the circles by the same amount, the amount of rope you will need will be equal for each circle no matter how different the radius is? Yes, I've seen demonstrations of that, but yeah, you know, you raise it, if you... It makes sense even if it's hard to articulate why it makes sense, but I've also seen it done, I've seen visual proof of it. I believe it, even if it sometimes makes me scratch my head if I'm trying to explain that to someone. But yeah, I suspect that hair is more of a, like, attracting a mate thing for why it stuck around, but who knows? Honestly, dunno. I'm sure there are people who have done some studies on it, doing some evolutionary biology, and they would know far better than I, but I will probably now take a look at it, because I am curious. Like, eyelashes make sense. Helps keep grit out of your eye. eyebrows have kind of confused me, but I have heard that they are also useful for keeping grit out, but I wonder if they aren't there almost solely for the purpose of communication. Most studies are wrong anyway. True, but they can still give some... A lot of them will think of some stuff that will give different insights. Oh, howdy, Lumery. Thank you for the raid. How goes it, folks? We've been going for about 3.5 hours of Jump King, and we're still doing more. We got past the chimney jump. I am rated, yes. Dun dun dun. How's it going, everybody? We are just jumping and talking about life. Toast brought 97. Toast bread, amazing. Bread in 2 languages. Bab money, hello. Greetings, salutations. We jump, we talk. We had discussions earlier, so this is a question posed to anyone, if anyone else has ideas. Communication with garlic. How would one communicate with garlic if it is indeed intelligent? Playing new maps for the workshop event? Sick. Wait, maps for which game? It's called Toasted Bread Toastbrot in German. Ah, okay. I know that Brot is bread in German. I didn't know that toast got used as well. Neat. I am learning things. This map? Oh, okay. Doing Jump King. Sick. That's awesome. I did apparently I got to a point where saw what was apparently one of the other maps in this going off to the side and talking to a bat. So but we're sticking with the classic. Oh, that's awesome. So there's a workshop event? Germans aren't very inclusive with incorporating English terms into your language? Yes. I know because cell phone is handy, right? Because, like, it's held in your hand? Oh, the imp room? Oh, is that an imp? I thought it was a bat, but yeah. He told us we're insignificant, and you know what? I agree. We are insignificant, and that's fine. We just want to get to the top for our own reasons. Had 1 month to make a map for the event. Oh! Gotcha. That's sick. So that's when you were showing off some of the stuff you were working on. Is that stuff you were doing for the event or a longer term thing? We jump. Medium jump. There we go. We fly. It is handy. That is one of the worst German English words ever. No idea who decided to give it an English name that means something completely different if you translate it. Yep. That was one of the things. I took 2 years of German. I don't know it very well, but that was one of the ones that always kind of got me. Didn't make the map for the event, playing maps from other people. Finished 2 today. That's fantastic. Finishing 2 maps in the time I can barely get through one, or part of one. Could have just called it a phone or cell phone, but nope, handy it is. Yup. Because it's a handy naming convention. The maps are really short? Okay. So, significantly, it's not like completing 2 of these in the same amount of time. Handy is a better name because you keep it handy. I mean, yeah, cell phone is itself already a kind of weird word, but, like, consistency is important. True. Yeah, the fact that... How often... that would be an interesting thing. I would be curious to see, like, an aggregate study across several age ranges. The amount of actual phone usage versus, like, other video calling apps and such. One of the maps took you 8 minutes? My goodness. I still feel like that would probably take me a fair bit more time, but I'm thoroughly impressed, not having seen the map. Whoop, there we go. Oh, just barely. Just about 12 screens? Okay. Oh no. Got lucky, not jealous at all? Mm-hmm. I see. And thank you, Zarfire. First time chat. Hello. I love that when it's first time chat from a raider, it does like a little gradient in the thing. classify video calls and voice chat as phoning. Technically, they're all voice over IP anyway these days. That's okay. This is fair. Yeah, it's a very pretty gradient. Also, purple and green are like my favorite color combo, so big fan. That's. I thought a lot of video calls were still using internet rather than cellular towers, but oh, Zara made one of the maps you're gonna play. Sick. That's, as we were talking about the other day, I'm thoroughly impressed by people who are able to make stuff like that, so good on you, Zar. Apparently the hardest one. Ah. I'm just a poor baby who consume single map. I do not do such creative things. I know I said I was going to try and draw over the weekend. I ran out of time for it. We'll get there. We'll get there one of these days. Oh, and Zara's helping you with your map. Sick! Cool, cool. Here in Germany, everything is VoIP these days. Old phone cable is a thing of the past. Yeah, that's... You know, I haven't actually thought about it. I haven't looked at what my current phone plan is on for non-cellular stuff. You would be at despair if it wasn't for Zar. Gotcha. Yeah, I can imagine that having someone who can give you a hand with stuff makes a big difference, not even just from the workload perspective, but keeping one sane. So I still remember, yeah, back when doing robotics, a big component of it was doing an engineering notebook. And no one else wanted to do that, so I was often the person who would sit there and compile, you know, several months worth of detailed notes that I was also doing a lot of the writing of. And the times where I was assembling everything the night before competition and I was alone sucked so much worse than even if someone was there not helping, but just being there chatting made such a difference to my sanity. Zar told you basically how to do everything you now know how to do in the Worldsmith? Oh, sick! The Zar is the teacher. The mentor. That's super neat. Exchange of knowledge. Oh, thank you for the follow, Toast Brot. Keep wanting to say brat like bratwurst, but no, it's Brot, right? The long O. I always feel super non-confident with German because as much as I loved my teacher, was not the most traveled in Germany. Can call toast toast. This is also fair. All right. Just toast is fine. Alrighty. I think that's also one of the things. I'm not used to giving people, like, nicknames. So I always feel, like, very weird shortening people's names. I'm like, I must address you formally, Mr. Toastbroat97. Want to do the broat? You're not the first? Alright. Okay. It's okay. Lumery is praising you now, but won't let me plays my map. I see. Kind of an expert on talking with Toast. Does that mean you're the Toast Whisperer? Dialogue? Man. Oh, now I want toast. It's funny, as much as I enjoy cooking, I suck at making toast. I always burn it. Oh, in 2023, Toast was by far the person you talked to most? Wow, damn. Had Subway earlier. Does that count as toast? I mean, did you get the bread toasted? If so, I'd say yes. But if not, I mean, why would it be toast? I don't think a sandwich is inherently toast. Okay, now, okay. I've traveled a little bit, not as much as I would have liked to, but Subway is U-Bahn? Yes. I assume the sandwich place. Look at your stats, But when I went and visited the United Kingdom, I'll always forget that's what toast means. Here in Germany, we have a specific kind of bread that we call Toastbrot, even if it's not toasted yet. Oh! Okay. Interesting. What... I was going to ask, do you know what the type of bread is, but it would just be Toastbrot, wouldn't it? No, okay, hold up. We're looking this up. I'm curious now. What is Toastbrot? Toastbrot. Wiktionary, thank you, but what's sandwich bread? So is it like a particular make, or is it just we have weird bread in the US? We have some weird bread, yes. So like, is it just referring to like pre-sliced bread, or is it like a particular brand of it? Like how we use Kleenex to mean facial tissue or Jello to mean gelatin dessert. Sandwich bread, as commonly used for sandwiches in Anglo-Saxon countries. The shape, you think? Okay. Yeah, as you don't have to know. I was just curious if you did. I love. I know in Mongolia. I believe. Oh no, what was it? It was. There's a particular like printing company that is. Oh, Xerox. I think Xerox is just sort of used to mean like generic like print and copy services. How does normal bread look in the States? Pretty similar to what you saw on screen. For like pre-sliced bread. Um, like I think the weird bread. I guess I've always assumed it's worldwide, but maybe it's not. Have you come across Wonder Bread? Um, it's I believe a Hostess product, but it's just like the squishiest, least nutritious white bread you will ever see. Very good for a fluffernutter sandwich. But I typically like to get like loaves of store-bought like French or Italian bread. Just, you know, good loaf, good crumb. Wouldn't eat that, yeah. Bauernbrot is probably the most common type of bread here in Germany. Bauernbrot. Brot. I know that doesn't Bauer have something to do with trees or hold up, so okay, Bauernbrot. German farmer's bread. Well, why no Wikipedia article? But here, all recipes, sure. It's builder? Well, if it's saying farmer bread, I would assume perhaps something to do with farmer. So I've got a friend. I've met people with the last name of Bauer, and I remember I looked up trying to figure out what it meant. Bauer means farmer. Okay, that would make sense. As I love how many surnames are just professions that someone way back in the line had. But okay, so looking at the recipe, so yeast bread, a little bit of white sugar. Oh, so like some rye flour. Okay, so just sort of simple rye and wheat. That sounds pleasant. Oh, something that I've wanted to make for a while. Potato bread. That's one that has always intrigued me. Like, I think the texture would be very interesting. Using all of the starchiness. But I've not been I've not been bothered to sit down and strain a bunch of starch from potatoes. I know you can like buy it, but like I'd want to do it right. Okay, see, now here's another thing you can get me popping off on. Bread, historically, fascinating stuff. One of the most regulated things in a lot of societies because that was the staple food for at least a lot of European nations. So you had very strict laws on who could be a baker and how they could do stuff. Things like the baker's dozen, as I understand it, we believe were because there were a lot of laws about making sure people got the correct amount of bread. So you would throw in a little extra because even if you take the hit on the actual like price, you really don't want to get the fines. You have like bakeries, or do you buy bread in all-purpose food stores? I typically get it from all-purpose food stores, but we do have bakeries. I enjoy getting it from there when we can. Can't find 2023 recap, but you found your 2022? Okay. 2022, watch Toast channel for 273 hours. Oh, well, and I'll have to... See, I always forget. I should always check if people have channels, so I will absolutely follow and check out what Toast is doing. There's also Brotchen. Oh god, I always suck at the hin. Brotchen. There we go. I think that's close. Which is just a small baby version of a bread, which is why it gets the hin at the end, which means it's been cutified. Yeah. I do love that suffix. Even if I suck at saying it. It said 20k messages. Oh my god. Well, if there was ever going to be a recommendation, 20k messages over a year seems like a good one. Had even more, but can't find the screenshot. Damn. Used to watch Disguised Toast in the back in the day. I've heard of Disguised Toast. I don't remember stuff. Hey, Pitta! How's it going? Just doing a lot of Jump King. Our progress has been minimal, but Hearthstone, that's why. Yep. And you said that you were very into Hearthstone YouTubers. Lumery is addicted, which is why you had to take a break. Wean him off the toast. Oh, he played wearing a toast mask? I did not know that. for his survival. Stressed out, but strangely doing a bit of cleaning. Your room made you less stressed? I don't think that's strange. I think that clean space is very important for reducing stress, and cleaning can be very zen. That's actually, so that is one of the things when I get like particularly anxious or depressed. I kind of self-punish by sometimes not doing some of those basic cleaning things. It's strange for you? Okay, totally fair. That's for me, like, I can tell I've not been doing super well because I did a load of wash like a week ago and they're still sitting in the hamper. I haven't folded them. I'm like, that means that I'm not doing super mentally fantastic because otherwise I'd be doing it and enjoying it and feeling better about things. You've been filling in for you? I see. 100k points. That is so long. Dun, 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 dun. That's I really need to get. I need to watch people more. It's just oftentimes I stream when all of these people that are wonderful and I'm meeting are also streaming. And then I just try and browse Twitch, and I have a really hard time finding people that I'm like, oh, these are super cool, super good interactions. I'm sure there's a lot out there. I haven't practiced filtering through Twitch yet. Oh, that's still living life. You're engaging with people. I think anything social can still be living. Blah. You're going? All right. Then, fare thee well. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you go do cool, great things. Have some fun. Toast used more prediction. If Toast used predictions more, you would have so much more. Gotcha. Bye. Yeah, that's because you can do like wagers with channel points, so you can get like good payouts. I'm super not Twitch literate. Oh no. Gotten into this little loop at the bottom. I haven't even seen the keep in so long. Oh my god. Okay. Watching more people is great. No, and that's I need to do that. I meet y'all cool folks, and then I'm streaming when y'all are streaming. I've got my tab open, so that I'm checking who I'm following, so that when they're online, I'm like, hey. Or you watch too many good people. Too much of a good thing. I see. But yeah, like there's a lot of times where I'll like turn a YouTube video that I've watched, 100 times on in the background for like background noise. It's like I should be replacing that with interesting people live, but where you don't have time to pay actual attention. Yeah, too much of a good thing, and then it gets into shallow divisions. Say hi in chat for 5 minutes across multiple ones. Yep. Well, I think that's fine, right? I liken that to like, having an extroverted friend where, you're friends, but you probably, that if they say hi, you're going to talk for like 3 minutes and then wait another few months, right? It is indeed the Lumery. Well, hey. My chat full of famous people. It's funny. I'm sitting here going like, my God, I haven't really processed mentally the fact that, God, we're at 48 followers right now. Thank you, people, for thinking that what I'm doing and my conversations are interesting. Is that a Bob Is You reference? Not to be confused with Lumery 1. Is there a Lumery 1? Or was there just a Lumery and you went straight to 2? But no, it's a fascinating thing that people watch. I'm glad. It's fun to hang out. Just what I look for in channel? Oh, cool. As in, small, chill vibes, chat a lot. We don't talk about Lumery 1? Oh, I see. They who shall not be named. List of people that you want to support is too long now. Always have to decide which channels want to lurk on and always feel bad for the ones. Yeah. And that's, yeah. And that's, like, that's a thing where if the channel ever gets large, I don't know, because I think it would be fun. There are certain things that I think would be really cool to do with a, like, super large audience. But yeah, it's also going to be tough because it's a lot harder to just hold conversations and riff off of people if there's, you know, constant chat going by. But yeah, you know, what we're doing right now, super fun, super chill, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm not going to worry too much about the future. But yeah, no, I get that. I haven't had that with Twitch, but I've certainly had that, like, in real life interactions, because I'm someone, it's really important to me to spend, like, a lot of quality time with my friends. And I like to, you know, understand and really grok what people are saying, because I forget things a lot, so if I'm going to be a bad friend in forgetting things, I feel like I should at least be a good friend while I'm there and it's actively in my short-term memory. But yeah, I've been in positions where I get spread too thin with real-life friends, and it's a tricky one. Imagine being you, where you have to watch 4 ads when you switch to a channel to say hi. Yep. Don't want a super large audience because every single stream you've been in with a super large audience feels more like a video than a stream. Yeah, it's like there is still something to be said for large content, and you still get to pull things from chat, but friends, what's that? I don't know, it's a really strange phenomenon. Genuinely though, friendship is such a weird thing when you think about it. The Steam thing, yes, exactly. Like as a chatter, you're just kind of there. There's a 1% chance that anyone responds to you, let alone the person actually streaming. Yeah, that's when I've been in streams that have a larger audience, it typically, I see people having good conversations in chat where it's something, I think what happens for ones where it is actually kind of cool to hang out is you get a couple of really you have someone who's interesting, who encourages an interesting chat community, so then you all sort of show up and hang out and chat together, and the streamer is still trying their best, but there's an understanding that, like, there's no way everything gets talked about. But it's a wonky one. I think the limit is like 200 to having a good interaction with the streamer. Yeah. I know even at 200 I would probably be getting overwhelmed, but still doing my best. It goes up a lot more. Limit is 40. Yeah, I mean, I have never gotten close to that, and I am okay with that. Man, the fact that to be a partner you have to average 75 viewers, that's a lot to manage. Because yeah, like, that has to be people that are watching you less to talk with you and more because they're interested in just your stream of consciousness in a lot of ways, which, that's a big ask. Watch some 200 viewer average viewer streams and you can still chat. I think that's also going to depend a lot on the streamer, because, like, I know for myself, 200, I'm going to have such a hard time having good interactions with people, because I'm bad at multitasking, so, you know, maybe streaming isn't necessarily the hobby for me, but, you know, there are some people that can do a fantastic job of keeping multiple threads running, so I'm sure there are people that can handle 200, I'm also sure that there are people where you can't, and that's all fine. It's just finding what works well, and also, you know, if you get up that large, and a bunch of people watching you are watching you to have the conversations, and you stop being able to have that, it kind of self-regulates, right? Having more than 5 people and having to respond to them would be impossible. Yeah. Oh, absurd trolley problems, I think, was I think that was kind of the first stream where there was like multiple folks talking all at once, and oh man, that was tough. I had a lot of fun. That was a great time, don't get me wrong, but I felt palpably stressed after that. But like now it's something where, you know, I'm bad. I don't remember everyone who's in chat at a given time, but I'm like, oh yes, that conversation that we were having, and then, you know, they wandered off, but they came back 5 minutes later. I can kind of do that now. But yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, and it's very funny because I think when you have almost no viewers, not gonna do the thing. Oh, you're going to do the thing, not I gotcha. Streaming has been by far the most socially fun thing you've done. Cool, I'm glad. And I'm having a blast with it. It's just it's a very different form of interaction, and it's very strange for me because I enjoy performative aspects. I enjoy performing. It feels really weird because I'm just kind of doing things that I'd be doing anyway, and just talking. And I'm glad that's entertaining. It's just it feels very strange to me. Talking about two people like twice a week outside of the internet, you're exceptionally alone. And that's, yeah, I think streaming's a really good outlet for that. Like, when I talk about having friends and whatnot, most of them, I'm in a super weird living situation right now where, oh no, where I mostly only do get to speak to them over the internet. There are people that I know in real life, but they are mostly internet friends. But yeah, I don't know, it's, you don't have to, there's a lot of different ways to fill your social battery if you're someone that likes to socialize, and whatever works, right? That's, I think one of my favorite things that I have finally wrapped my head around is relationships, and I mean that in the broad sense of the word, as in just basically reciprocal interactions between people. Relationships are what the people in them make of it, and that is so cool. You can have so much variety. It's so neat. That, yeah, there's nothing that you've got to do, and you can make a lot of cool things work. So, whatever does it for you, right? Like streaming, that has absolutely, as someone, I'm typically, I would say, ambiverted if I had to apply that type of labeling. I am someone where I tend to be very picky about my social interactions. But streaming has been very fun for the days when I'm feeling a little more outgoing, and even on the days where I'm feeling a little more ingoing. It's not that much of a drain on things. And the most important thing to you is that you're the type of person that cannot live without good social interactions, even though you're very reserved. Yep. I feel that. Okay, can we make short jump? No, we can't. Oh. No, that's, I'm typically very bad at actually initiating social interactions, but yep. That's about as far as we've gotten, and that's, we're working on building up that memory. Oh, that was way too short. That jump is not that bad, you just did it too close. Yeah, that's, I've only gotten to that jump 3 times, so I'm still figuring out. I've only succeeded on 1, so in the learning stage. Don't. Whoop. But yeah, no, to me it's very important to have good interactions with people on occasion. I tend to be very like picky with my social interaction because there are some days where particular people will drain me more than others, and that's not like a criticism of them, it's just the way my brain is functioning that day. Which is very interesting, and then it makes it very interesting interacting with strangers because I never really know how that's gonna go. So like working a customer service job, I by and large enjoyed, but there were some days where it was like, oh, this is way rougher than it was the day before. Drainage system from Rain World. Looks like that. I think, yeah, you said or something with Rain World. I remember you talking about Rain World, and see, that's me having bad memory. I remember that we talked about Rain World because you were talking about it was getting some sort of new content and like new region, but I don't think I ever actually ended up looking at gameplay, which I should have done because that would help me actually remember things. Whoop, there we go. Yeah, no, it's, socialization is just a super strange thing, but super cool, and I love that I love seeing that behavior in animals and such as well. We're all cute little weird guys doing cute little weird things, being friends with each other. And I think that's neat. That's actually, so I've been rewatching The Last Kingdom with my mom because she hadn't watched it. She's a big history nerd, especially for British history. I'm like, you will enjoy this. It does a good job of hitting the broad strokes. And we're following it follows a fictional character, but my god, some of the friendships in it make me smile so much, of just like people from very different backgrounds, because it's talking about the Last Kingdom is referring to Wessex, which was the last the last Saxon kingdom during some of the major Danish invasions. And so you've got this like mix of, you know, Anglo-Saxons, Danes, Britons, so on. And you've got a lot of people, there's a lot of tension because of that, of cultural clash, but there's also some of the folks that we're following that are just like deeply do not understand the other, but still have a lot of respect, and it's some of it's just super cute to me. Yeah, I don't know, it makes me happy. Seeing the potential for people being cool to one another. You know, that's something I haven't done in a while. I need to go for a walk, and I need to drop off some of my little positivity clothespins. Just write about things that make me happy or cool things in the area that I'm walking, and drop it for someone to find. Sound like a true Jump King player? How so? I thought true Jump King was supposed to be rage. Streamer? Okay. As in, I can maintain my composure and not simply break my headset. Womp. Part of why I've been enjoying Jump King so much is because it's really nice for being able to just like do a thing and talk. Just turns into chatting and gets philosophical. Yep. You only caught the end of it, but particularly Personal Plague has a lot of great philosophical questions to pose for us that always turns very fun. Yeah, no, it's a great time. I enjoy philosophy, and as we were sort of getting towards the end there, of philosophy is a super interesting thing to discuss and think about, but ultimately I've landed on it's useful for helping define your life goals, but it's not a be-all end-all, at least for me. Honestly surprised how low the average person's composure is when they're doing even when they're doing things they supposedly like doing. Yeah, and that's, so I will say, that's been a great thing with streaming. Part of why I actually chose to play Jump King was because I am someone where I recognize I don't have great emotional resilience right now. And I figured that doing stuff like this is a great way for sort of training in it in a nice little safe microcosm. But, I mean, I still sometimes do get quite frustrated, because even when you're doing something that you do ostensibly enjoy, sometimes you get kind of frustrating runs with it. I do a lot of Magic in the mornings, Magic the Gathering, and I had a run the past like week or two with new set that came out, and I had terrible luck, drained huge amounts of resources playing it, and I got kind of tilted. We've brought it back, but I'm trying to be a lot gentler to myself about interacting with it, because I was getting frustrated, and I can't imagine that's a super pleasant experience to watch, and it's not a great experience for me. But that's part of the fun of it, is it's learning, it's growing. Streaming is just one of many ways to do it. It's a way of spending your time, and as long as you do it mindfully, you're gonna have some mistakes, and hopefully you improve over time. But like with Jump King, I feel a fairly decent sense of agency throughout. I feel agentic. When I mess up, it's something that I messed up most of the time. So when I fall back down, I have no one to blame but myself, and that's okay. And it's not that big of a deal. I can get back there pretty easily. It's all up to me and my skill. With things like Magic, sometimes it can get a little frustrating, because it's a very fun game that does involve a fair bit of skill, but there's also a fairly large luck component. So sometimes, like what I think was mostly happening with me, you just draw combinations of cards where you don't get to play the game for all intents and purposes. Okay, that was a new one. Can we just walk down, or? Yes, okay. See, like that one, when I experience new forms of messing up, I do kick myself a little bit more. So like that one, I had never managed to jump over that jump before. And then that typically flusters and rattles me a little bit, and then the next jump tends to be worse, which compounds it, but you just gotta regain your composure. Wow. But it's been super experience. It's been so experience, guys. It's been a super neat experience streaming, because even though I don't consume a lot of live Twitch content, I consume a lot of VODs, and there are some things that I understand a little bit more now, like when people are getting frustrated on stream. I get it a little bit more, because it's rough, because you're having fun, and you place an expectation on yourself to do the thing, but sometimes it's healthier to just walk away. Or at least switch the activity you're doing. And it's a very strange thing to do with an audience if you're getting into that zone. It's like having a public tantrum and having to compose yourself. Yeah, I don't know. It's emotions be a wonky thing, but I'm having a blast with Jump King, even if I keep doing that. I get a little better each time, we get a little further, we learn new things. Ba-dum. Also, it does help that we're often stuck by the keep, and keep has such good vibes. Cozy and warm, rainy on the outside. Dun, dun, dun. I do wonder if... Okay, so... like, we've got fish and meat out. I'm assuming that we just kind of don't experience the progression of time in this game, but, like, it's this old ruined keep, and yet the food seems fresh. So, who's putting out the food? Why is it not rotten? I have questions. I have concerns. Who's behind the curtain over there? Boop. A sausage monster. Honestly, that would not actually be that threatening, I think, but funny thing, you're in a chill stream, Ray K. Suddenly they got raid and now they have 40 people in chat. This was the thing we talked about, and now you're here. Gotcha. Yep, it gets suddenly chaotic. No, that's the first time Uno brought Tim raid with him, I was like, I don't know what to do. It was fun. It was great. I'm enjoying Tim. It's been fun to catch some of Tim's streams, and it's cool. A lot of y'all are from there. But it was... I didn't even remember that raiding was a thing. Someone who has learned the ability to take the stairs and is not busy jumping their way to the top. Oh, that's who lives in the keep. Intriguing. I think that's a good read on it. Wait, are there canonical stairs? Could we... Oh, damn. Because, man, I would love to take the stairs. Do you want a hat on my character? I do actually... Hold up. Howdy Noodle. I do actually have a small hat that I built for Thunder Junction. I do also have the outline as well, but... So I do have a little cowboy hat. But you have other hat suggestions? What is reading? Oh, in the game. Oh. Possibly, but if it involves some sort of secret right now, not yet. Because I would love to come across it organically. Because this is still first time playing Jump King. We learning. Pew pew. And also, I'm more interested in seeing what's under the helmet than putting more things on the helmet. Like, as funny as hat on helmet would be, who is beneath? Top hat Johan? Ooh, I could see that. Oh, I should do a Monopoly stream. Or review Planters Peanuts, maybe. Yeah, Top Hat could be a good one. I think that's within my crude artistic abilities. What I really need to do is find a better way of updating the model so that it doesn't, so that I can have a lot of the outfits without having to get too much of a tangled back end, but sometimes my organizational abilities are subpar. That said, I was one of the better people at organizing electronics on our robots. That was a whole fun thing, spaghetti wiring, just like spaghetti code. I love watching engineers at work doing things that you would think were unprofessional, but are like just legitimately good and normal things to do. Man, seeing people building actual spaceships, you know, rockets, and using zip ties and duct tape to hold things down makes me so happy. Go far to the right on that tree and do a full jump right. Ah. So secrets. I will keep that in mind. Thank you for letting me know. It's 12 a.m. on a school night. Nobo! You've got that exam tomorrow. Buddy! Get some good rest. Rest is even more important than studying. Yeah, so we may try for a hat. We're not going to try it right now, but if I ever revisit Jump King, we may give that a shot. Nah, not right now. I will earn the hat once I have made it to the top. Pew pew. Back to the sewers. The sewers are one of the less pleasant ones. I know, but I don't really want to get the hat right now. It'll be fine, probably, hopefully. There's a 0 chance. No. Come on, Nobo. You've got the chemistry. Just don't use chemistry to enhance your ability. No Adderall. Unless that's a prescribed medication that you actually take. I believe in you. Get good rest, do good things. It is, and I'm fine with that. 'Tis my journey, and I fall many times. Nope, I do not. I refuse. The hat is not mine to take yet. I have my helmet, and that is all I have earned. This is peer pressure. I learned to say no to drugs, and that includes hats. Drip? Oh, right, that's one of the words to refer to your fashion aesthetic, right? Someone is looking dripped up? Am I using that right? I don't understand my own generation. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, sorry. So, which tree? We will at least explore the hat. So, the big redwood tree? Whoop. There we go. Okay. And at the top of it? So, like here? I don't see anything that would indicate something to the right, so I'm guessing higher up. Yeah. That said, I should be looking at the walls more, because we did see the thing off to the left up higher. Bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Whoop! There we go. Dun-da-dun. Do-do-do-do. I am curious what type of hat it will be. That will be part of whether or not I actually choose to take it. The hat needs me? Well, see, there's a much more compelling argument. The hat needs me. I'm not here just to simply rescue the quote-unquote hot baba at the top. I am here to live life and do well. Although, that's also a fundamentally concerning concept. If the hat needs me, this implies that it may be some sort of symbiote, or a parasite. What will happen to me if I wear the hat? So is it... Oh! Hidden by foliage. It's a baseball cap? Nah, man. But that's good to know. I did not realize there were quite so many secrets in this game. I'll have to explore more. Try more of the things that I haven't been thinking to try. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think I've earned it yet. And if it's a symbiote, I'm afraid. It might control me. How about this? If we get past wherever Bargenberg is, if we get past that, we actually make that improvement, that will be an earning of the hat. So, we get past it, and then next time we fall all the way down, we can take it. Oh, okay. Well, in that case. If we have control over it, if we can customize, sure. Then we can take it even without earning it. We will keep it like a fine wine in our cupboard for that special occasion that you'll never get around to because, goddamn, it's expensive and it's better to think about. Voop, voop. All right. Okay, now how do we take it off? Inventory. Ah! Okay. I didn't realize we had an inventory. So, hat acquired. Oh, but see, we don't care about the babe at the top. The imp said we weren't destined for it, and I'm totally fine with that. We simply want to get to the top. We may be insignificant, but we have our own journey. Also, I don't remember the full Monty Python quote, but I feel like something to the effect of, you know, aquatic distribution of swords is no way to run a government. I feel like altitudinal distribution of women is not a good way to form marriages. Although I guess when you think of things like the myth of Atalanta, right? The really good runner with the golden apples. Perhaps the babe at the top is simply one of the best jumpers and refuses to marry anyone who is not at least a comparable one. So we must have determination and persistence. But like, if someone just put her there, I'm definitely not interested. She's just living her life. Want to help her out, but like, I don't know her. But if this is a journey, if this is a trial she has set up, perhaps. Or, maybe, who knows, maybe there's some sort of creature that's using her as bait. A dragon dangling a fair damsel in distress. I mean, that would be a pretty sick gig, right? Just build a giant tower full of lethal traps and put some sort of treasure at the top and wait. It's like a pitcher plant. But a dragon and with people as the insects. Not sure how I feel about not being top of the food chain. Also, anyone else ever think about, like, knights in armor basically just being, like, a nice can for a dragon? Can roast you and get probably a pretty even cook. Put in, like, a little clay into the joints of your armor so that it gets pretty well sealed, airtight. And then, bam, you've got canning. With probably fairly low chances of botulism since you cook the can. Man, canning and preservation of foods was also a cool thing. Clarified butter got used as a lid for quite some time. That and, like, salt packing things, which I've never tried salt pork. I would like to try it at some point because that was a very important part of, like, naval diets, but it sounds real miserable. Putting meat in enough salt that it doesn't spoil, and then you have to, like, soak it 2 or 3 times to get it to the point where it's even potentially edible. But I suppose on the bright side, you're not going to need to season that soup, like, at all. Do. Oh, damn. Damn. We fall. Oh, thank you for the follow, Noodle. What am I talking about? Oh, we were talking about the babe at the top, and then it got me thinking about the knight being... what if there was a dragon that was using it as a lure? And if a dragon's using it as a lure, got me thinking about the concept of, like, you know, the medieval European knight in full armor versus a dragon, and then got me onto canning methodologies. Historical food preservation. Because I have a very normal flow of thought and conversation. Okay, see, I did get the cap. But I haven't earned the cap. I can wear the cap, but, like, what have I done to deserve this? The cap? Why is it mine to take? Whose is it? I'm just wearing some stranger's cap. Oh, I almost did give up. That would have been bad. Ah yes, forced me. Definitely. But the cap will be held. We will put on the cap in celebration. It's a stray cap, we have to take care of it? Oh, okay. Now, see... Now you're understanding how to manipulate me better. You're understanding... I don't care about myself, but if it's a stray cap, fine. Fine. It's okay, Cap. If your life purpose is to be worn, we will let someone wear you. And we hope that you don't get burned off in what I'm sure will be the immolating dragon flames at the top. Ooh, that was barely on the edge. Oh, now I'm just thinking of the cute video of kittens wearing a baseball cap and looking like a turtle. I can't... What? I mean, that's a positive association, but why is that now what I think of when I think of baseball caps? It's giving me luck? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I typically think that it's people in chat somehow give luck. Because there are certain people, like, people will call things, and then they happen. And I think that's where most of the magic lies. Do. We climbing, and we've got a hat. See, now, I would also be far more inclined to wear a hat in a full suit of armor. What was that about luck? I'll be far more inclined to wear the hat on the inside, just because, man, you need a lot of padding to make metal armor not horribly uncomfortable. The furthest part of the game that I've gone? A little bit past the chimney jump, climbing up, basically the area where there's, like, the imp room, which I thought was a bat. I've gotten to the area that's sort of to the right of that, where you're climbing a bunch of the little steps that are absolutely miserable. I got to that earlier today, and that is as far as I've gone. Over the course of a total of 16 hours. But we progress. Oh, man didn't have anything to say about my hat? Come on. Worst ye old Chopé. There we go. 16 hours. 1-6. I do not claim to be very good at this type of game, because I've not played a lot, and that's part of the fun. This is... I think getting over it is the closest I have played to this for any significant amount of time. So we learn in the genre. Okay. Chimney jump. Chimney jump. Chimney slide. There we go. Alright. Chimney jump. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, that's okay. So, over rather than undershoot that recovery. Noted. Oh, that was way too long. Okay. Will it be third time's the charm? Chimney jump. Chimney jump. No. 16 hours on the easy part? Quite possibly. That's, yeah. That's, as I like to call it, I don't do good gameplay. I do small stakes gameplay. It's important to me, even if I'm not at high level, and it's hopefully fun because you get to celebrate the victories. Just don't expect things to happen quickly. Any planned games to do next? Yes. My once I finish with Jump King, I'm going to be moving on to Hollow Knight. Is the next thing that I really want to tackle because I started playing it, but I certainly need to restart and pick up from the beginning. Yeah, it's I got it. I got it to round out a Steam sale because it needed to be like above a certain threshold. But yeah, it's so this is pretty much as far as I've been. 50-hour streams on this game, goodness. Oh yeah, no, I'm not at all locked in. But I do think something that I want to do, as I'm scared of saying things. Stop. Okay. Yes, go further back. Don't worry. I'm stopping to say a brief thing. So for like future plans, I do want to try doing some like endurance streams at some point. I think I would have a lot of fun with that. I was thinking, I was going to say at 50 followers because that's when I could achieve affiliate status. Yes, I did remember. And even further back is good. Okay, I trust you. Basically, I was thinking at that it might be a little bit after. You cannot undershoot this. Okay. Basically, I like roguelike games, and I think it would be fun to do a challenge of playing through like a set number of roguelikes as long as it takes to get like a winning run. Gonna beat his record after 16 hours? I believe ya. But yeah, so I think that's something that I plan on doing in the future. Oh yeah, that's definitely not bad. Okay. This is spooky because the vines, those are actual places that you can play slice and dice, as I might. I need to figure out how I would do that. I think I've got the BlueStacks emulator, so I could probably do that. Hat, yay. Yes, we have hat. But bird. We've been going for it the entire time, and I like crows. Well, we touched it. That's good enough. The vines are not solid? Oh, okay. Well, we got it anyway. We count it. I like birds. That was one of the things that actually I was super, oh no. I was super stoked in Monument Valley when we found out that we were like a crow king. That made me very happy. Crows, good birds. I have thought a lot about like trying to get the local neighborhood crows to think of me as a good food provider and trade me things. And I was considering like starting doing it recently, but considering bird flu, I figured maybe hold off for a little while. But someday I would love to become Lord of Crows, Lord of Corvids. Get the bird, you have to go back from somewhere at the top to the bottom to get some shoes. Ah. Well, probably won't get the shoes, but I've been touching the crow. I would feel remiss. Oh dear. I would feel remiss to not touch the crow. We've touched it so many times. It is friend. Also, I would be like super sad if we failed to touch the crow and then it didn't show up at later points. We gotta keep climbing with us. It's our bud. I realized I was not prepped for that jump, so, But I am now, like, definitely looking way more suspiciously at everything on the map of like, ooh, is there a secret here? Because I thought this was a fairly linear game, but turns out, no. There are little things that you can look at off to the side, which is cool. World building. Cool. Oh, so close. That the crow has gold in his mouth? I do see that, yes. I assume that it's a gift for me. Definitely. Waha. Also, like, look, this would be a terrifying place to live, realistically, but think how cool it would be. Skips as secrets? That possibly, yeah. Like someone mentioned jumping on the cages that you could do like a full do like a full jump to get there. Jump King currency? Ooh. Oh. I see. It's got the gold in its mouth and it's the 1 gold that we need to buy the shoes at Bargainburg. Ah. But yeah, I'm like, by and large, I don't want people to tell me too many of those because the exploration is part of the fun of the game. This place looks broke. It does seem quite weathered down. No, like, I think Bargainburg would be a very fun place. Like, I would enjoy waking up there, I just wouldn't want to live my daily life. This place looks fixed. Hey. Yeah, I don't know. I think aerial stuff is pretty neat. Waha! So what time is it right now? 3:20? Okay. I did start a little late, but I do have actual meetings today, which is crazy. I think 3 of the first games that you can think of when you think world exploration, yeah. Unless I had not realized that about this game, and that's super neat. Minecraft, Hollow Knight, and Jump King. Yeah, I know Hollow Knight has a lot of that. This place looks old like that, like it's made in the Middle Ages. Well, yeah. And Middle Age structures are super cool. Although, actually, big fan of some of the, like, Bronze and Iron Age structures, particularly in, Celtic regions. Like, dude, I forget the name of them, but there was a really cool, sophisticated type of stacked stone roundhouse that used, like, a barrier of air for insulation. So they built hollow walls. That stuff, that is so cool to me. But yeah, so Minecraft absolutely makes sense. Hollow Knight makes sense. And Jump King, now I see how it makes sense. I didn't know about that. Cool and broke. That's broken down, yeah? I assume that's what it means? But yeah, I do also love when you actually visit castles, how often we have this, like, image of how, like, big and fancy they must be, but they were big and fancy for the time. They're just kind of small, realistically, because turns out it's kind of hard to build a large stone structure when, you know, most of your construction machinery is operated by humans on a hamster wheel. Man, oh, I would love to do some, like, reconstructive archaeology. That would be so fun. There's a lovely little, village that I got to visit in England called West Stowe that's like an Anglo-Saxon recreation village. Some guy wants to get rid of some shoes and wants £1 of gold for it. Yeah, up in Bargainburg. I do remember that conversation. I hadn't put 2 and 2 together with the crow. It was really neat. I was really sad though, Lumery, because apparently they were going to have a they brought in guests sometimes, and we were there at a very non-busy time. It was great. I got to spend a lot of time talking to the blacksmith and the guy that ran the lathe, and probably talked their ear off with a lot of questions because I like blacksmithing. But apparently, they had been trying to get the smith who did a lot of the metal work on the Lord of the Rings movies, a lot of the weapons making. And we were off by just a little bit of time, and it was just like, oh, this was already so cool, but being able to talk to someone who had done that kind of work that was that iconic would have been so sick. But, I mean, it's a very different form of blacksmithing for, like, aesthetics, right? Because actually making a gauntlet like what you see on the Witch King and such, I mean, that's tough. Because, I mean, you never really saw fully articulated gauntlets because that takes so long to make and is not super practical. It's better to just have a plate. Yeah. But it's still super neat. Lord of the Rings is in the same dimension as Jump King. I could see it. I still need to read the Silmarillion and get a better feel for the cosmology, but I've been trying to think of a like music-themed D&D campaign, and I think borrowing from the Silmarillion, since things were sung into existence, would be quite neat. Kind of failing to speedrun? Me? No. Undershooting full jumps? Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that right there isn't a full jump, right? But yeah, no, I will never claim to be good for doing a speed run. It would be fun. I would love to get to a point where I could try a speed run, but 40% in the game, 16 hours. It's 40%? Honestly, further than I thought. I figured that we weren't even close to halfway, so that's cool. Haha. I am emboldened. My spirit's raised. Thank you. No, I mean, like, even if I am way slower than most folks, it's fun. I'm having a good time getting there. I'm learning. That's the cool bit. There's a lot of things I say is the cool bit, but that's why I'm doing it, right? So many folks take over 50 hours. Well, yeah, we will see. Great, but taking ages. Uh-huh. Whoop. And then I do things like that. But, you know, if you're here for the game, I'm probably not gonna deliver on good gameplay, but conversations, you get to hear about cool, you know, cool places to visit in England, and interesting historical nuggets. I'm secretly a just chatting streamer. Everyone's really just a just chatting streamer when you get down to it. But I happen to be playing a game at the same time, because doing, I don't know, 5 hours of improv discussion? Dear lord. That's tough to do without anything to be working from. Took 5 hours to beat the game with your 16 hours, 40%? Yep. And that's awesome. I'm glad you were able to do it that fast. I haven't played a lot of games like this, so it's a fun sort of first journey for me, and it's gonna be slow. Celeste would, I think, be a much more awful experience to watch me doing. I do want to visit that at some point, but as I was saying, I think a controller would help me on that, because I do get frustrated, less on the jumps, but just on my ability to execute input. So yeah, that right there, that's the shoe guy, I'm guessing. He's the one who offered shoes for a pair of shoes for a piece of gold. Was also your first game like this? Then damn. Absolute props. It's particularly impressive if that was one of your first experiences with a game like it. Yeah, I bought Celeste because I thought it was cool. It's kind of above what my skill level at least was. So we'll see. It may have changed. Chimney jump, chimney jump. Ah. Most thought. Oh, as in like Bennett Foddy. And you were 11? Sick. Oh no. Oh no. I'm impressed. I am not that good, and that's okay. Yeah, that is impressive. I forget how long it took me to do Getting Over It. You're already experienced with platformers in general? Gotcha. Yeah, I have not. This is also, like... I did play Getting Over It. But that one was that was a whole different experience, because I played it and got super frustrated the first time around, and then after a gap of like several years, I played it a few months back, and it went actually pretty well, which was great. Since the game is so different, yeah. You beat this game, play a DLC instead of Hollow Knight? No. I'm trying to get to Hollow Knight. This is something that's an interstitial. I will probably play some DLC during the streams in the middle of the day. Basically, the way I structure it, I typically do morning Magic, because I enjoy playing Magic. I try and do my dailies. Sometimes do a draft. Then we've got a little transitional period where it's often been Baba as you, but might also be some Jump Night stuff. And then afternoon, game that I'm like super excited for, things that I'm trying to get through in my backlog. And next up is Hollow Knight. For me, it is currently 3:31 p.m. I go by Pacific time. So I typically stream from about, made it by not even thinking about it. Oh no. And then mucked it up. No, I typically stream from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific time. So saying that Jump King is a rhythm game, I don't know. I haven't played a lot of rhythm games either. For me, I can see the comparison, right? Because you're getting into a rhythm with your jumps. Oh goodness. But I don't know, to me a rhythm game is typically something where you're constantly keeping rhythm. There's not really breaks. Whereas Jump Night, you're creating your own flow. You're not playing to a sound rhythm. And it's something where you can take breaks to consider it more, you can sort of break it. So I don't know. I don't have enough experience with rhythm games to really agree or disagree, I think. Yeah, good old Jump Night. It's 1 a.m. and you're still watching this? Well, I'm glad you're enjoying. We will probably be wrapping up in a little bit here, but why do I keep doing that? Because I aim for around 5-ish hours, and I do have got a meeting that I need to prep for, but I want to do a little longer. Closest thing to a rhythm game that isn't a rhythm game is Geometry Dash. I can see that, because that is something where you are perpetually going forward. You don't really get to stop on that. Getting addicted to the stream? Well, I'm glad it's enjoyable, but, you know, still do great things. There's a reason why I have in my chat rules, chat expectations, so I can't scroll down, but basically, take care of yourself before watching the Ink Blob. You are more important than anything that I'm doing. The first hit of Johann's free. The second one, still free, but it's there and you gotta be careful. Alrighty, thank you for hanging out, Lumery, and thank you for the raid. It's been a blast. Hope you do good things. Enjoy. Don't forget to lock in next time. I'll do my best. Peace. Da-da-da. Locking in. I've heard that as a phrase. I broadly get what it's supposed to mean, but I am curious why. What is the etymology? What's the origin? I think that's often one of my biggest issues with keeping up with, like, modern linguistics, is I'm so out of the loop on so much, I'm very out of the loop on most pop culture, so I have a very hard time making the connection of why a word is the way it is. Like, Riz I get. Charisma. Makes sense. But so many of them, I'm just like, I don't know where you come from. I don't know where you're going. Something Cotton Eye Joe. Yeah, I think what we'll probably do is try and get back to the chimney jump, see if we can, like, get back to that area, and then probably basically get past where we got the crow, and then call that a good stopping point. Do I still like my cap? I mean, it's not about me liking the cap, it's about whether or not the cap likes me. Almost looks like the cap from Ash. Honestly, yeah, especially with that front logo. I think that's just... Oh wait, no, it's not a logo. It's not a logo, Johann. It's the gap, and you're looking at the helmet through it. But no, yeah, it's about whether or not the cap likes me. I didn't put it on because I like the cap. I put it on because I was told that the cap needs me. So I'm hoping I'm being a good host to this strange little creature. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. Do not like that. Yeah, it is nice when you find ways in this game to do a full jump. Those are always good. Makes it easier to replicate. I'm sure that's 90% of what the speedrunning is, but we are not there yet, as evidenced. Waha. Whoa. Oh. I do think the point about rhythm game is interesting, though. Oh, dear. Because I think part of why I do make the noises, I mean, it's partially because I'm having trouble thinking of what to say at the moment, but it is also helping me, like, form a little bit more of a rhythm to things. In 5 hours instead of 50? Uh-huh. I think it's a little late for me to beat it in 5 hours. But 5 additional hours? Sure, maybe. We have now spent as much time playing Jump King as we have trying to fight Sans. But it's funny, I think it's a combination of I did get through the Sans fight, which helped in building some of the skills, but also I think there's a lot more progress to be seen in Jump King so far, whereas the Sans battle, it's just like, it's a lot of the exact same thing over again, whereas here, it does go faster this time. Sans, you're locked in to the same amount of time and it's just not screwing it up, whereas this, you get better at going through it faster. Appreciated, but I think mostly refraining from tips. I enjoy having the experience, even if it takes a while. I'm enjoying the experience of figuring some of those out. That's part of why I was a little resistant to the cap. It's like, you know, I don't necessarily want to know about all of the ways to do things well. I want to find out, want to explore, because that's the fun of it, right? The fun of this is the skill building. It's the iterative process of improving. And if people just tell me how to be good, well, where's the fun in the growth? Yes, the 50 hours. And it may take a while, but it's there, and I'm still talkable. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. It's things like that that I think are a lot of where I take up time, is the jumps that I don't quite have down, that I haven't figured out how to make a full jump yet. So they just sort of repeatedly bounce. Oh no. A little too short. You gotta slide up that one, it feels like, but not that much. Too much slide, or actually, I guess technically not enough slide. Because more slide, we still would have gotten there. Little jump. Medium jump. Almost full. There we go. Ah. See, I never used to get that bounce off there. I don't know what I'm doing differently. My positioning must have shifted slightly. Waha, there we go. I mean, I have spent hours in the sewers, and it's so nice seeing how much better it is. That's, I don't know if Carsey is still here, but, with Antimatter Dimensions is an idle game that we've both been recently revitalized, in playing. And what I really like about Antimatter Dimensions is that it uses time as a, sort of currency of the prestige. All idle games are about time, but most of the time they're about, in the same amount of time, making number go bigger, whereas Antimatter Dimensions, there are phases where the goal is to get sometimes even a smaller number, but to do it faster than you were doing it. And it creates a really satisfying sense of progression, where when you reset, you're going through and you're doing the same thing, but faster. Well, no, we've got 6 viewers. Just not everyone always talking. But I think that's a really good way to provide satisfaction for players in games, is making a task demonstrably easier. And that's cool. That's cool to me. And Jump King is very much doing that. It's creating the sense of, I've been here before, and I could get frustrated at it, but it goes so much faster because I know how to do it, and it feels very satisfying to blaze through these lower areas, these lower screens, because I know how to do it. I've done it 100 times before. They are so quick? No comprendo. I do not understand. Oh, God. Why must I keep doing that? Yeah. I would love to make it back to that part of Bargenberg. We might need to set a shorter goal, just so I can actually do the things I need to do in the day, because I also should probably eat before the meeting, because after the meeting I have tutoring and busy life for being unemployed. But having a good time, doing cool stuff, excited for it. Waha! We bounce. We stride. Why is there a school bus stopped in front of my house? Hello. Oh, I actually don't know why. Hope everything's okay. Splat. The splat is also very satisfying. I know it's not satisfying in the sense of, oh, look at my improvement, but when I splat, the splat makes me feel a little bit less bad about missing a jump. Because it's good feedback. I have gone splat. Oh. Okay, like, this is something. Is there a way to make that a full jump? Because if there is, that would be fantastic. That's not asking it as a question, that's me musing aloud. Because I don't think doing that allows us to. I can't see a way of foreshortening it. Maybe if we do it to the left? No, that just goes up there. But maybe that's easier? Perhaps. We'll have to experiment with it. Just because I've gotten relatively decent at doing it one way does not mean I should always do it that way, I suppose. Okay, so that doesn't. But if I stand at the back, I do go there, and then it's just that. So that might be easier. Whoop! Remove my finger from the arrow key. Waha! There we go. Jump. Jump. Couldn't answer if you wanted to. Know very little about the game. The only experience is watching others. Awesome. I was more directed at anyone who might feel inclined. But yeah. I've watched other people play a bit of Jump King. I've tried to not watch too much because I don't want to spoil it, but try new things even when you're already past it. Yeah, exactly. And I need to do more of that because I often simplify my life by hi ho han. Hi ho han. Howdy, Carsey. Were you here for my point about antimatter dimensions and Jump King? Oh, you tired? This is good. Sleep is good. We were talking earlier about difficult platformers. What's the hardest platform I've ever beaten? I don't know. I think Getting Over It is really the only other one that I have beaten. Just what I was briefly saying is I really love, with antimatter dimensions, it's something where time becomes an important part of the satisfaction, rather than getting more of bigger number in the same period of time. It's trying to get same number in shorter period of time. And I think Jump King, it's kind of similar in that you get faster. There's a lot of satisfaction in the speed of your progression through the earlier things. The hat was mentioned, and then Toast knew how to appeal to me and said, the hat needs me. So we jumped to basically right when you're starting the sewers. You can go up and to the right, and there's a little secret chamber with hat. But yeah, so for platformers that I've tried, I'm trying to think of. So I would say Getting Over It is a platformer, and I've played that. I've played a little bit of Celeste. I guess Hollow Knight has some aspects of it, but I haven't beaten either of those. Yes, I did beat Getting Over It. Getting Over It was a really interesting game for me, because I bought it at a fairly rough point in my life, and then played it, got stuck on the, like, the really angled stairs. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what the community uses to describe different areas, but the, like, very, very vertically stacked section, where you have to, you can very easily slide back down, and it's kind of hard to pull yourself up. After the slide, yes, after that area, where you sort of, yeah, you go like under and then it's the stairs. That's the area. And did it take me something like 50 hours? No. But basically, I bought it fairly rough time in my life, and I think I played for like 8 hours, and I was just getting stuck in such a loop at those stairs. Yep, kind of the noob filter, and that's exactly what it was for me. I got really frustrated with it because I, was doing play sessions on different days, and just doing that same loop over and over and over again. It was so demoralizing, and I got super frustrated with it. I didn't have a lot of emotional resilience at the time. And I bought the game as a way of trying to work on that and build it, and instead I got so frustrated that I stopped, which was kind of representative of my life at the time. But I came back in like fall, winter of this year, so a couple months, or this past year. So I think like October, November, somewhere in there. And I played it again. And in the first, I think first like 2 hours, I got past that section and even further. And rather than keep going, I went, that's enough. I made some really good progress today, and I backed off. I kept doing that, where I took it in little steps, and I don't think it took me much more than like 8 hours. But it was a really cool experience to me, because it really was a great way of showing myself how much I've grown in being able to manage myself as it pertains to essentially repeated failure. And just seeing that, playing the same game on opposite ends of a lot of life experience was a fantastic, fantastic thing. That game will hold a very special place in my heart for a very long time. Just download some mods and custom maps on Getting Over It? Sick! I hope you have fun with them. But yeah, I think games like that are a really neat thing, where they are an experience, and they're an experience that you can get a whole lot out of, even if it's not something that's necessarily intrinsic to the game. But that's also, Getting Over It really seems to care about that sort of emergent experience of it. It's something that was built to be an almost philosophical exercise. And that's really neat. Okay, so we do big jumps. Yeah, big jumps are the way there. Maybe. Maybe what? The real value is the friends we made in the game. Hey! Yeah. And you know what? I'll stand by that. Because that game helped me make friends with myself a lot better. Do I play more of this type of games? Where's my hat? My hat's still on my head. I mean, like, I will probably play more games like this in my life, but no, Getting Over It is really the only other one in this genre. Oh, my cowboy hat. It's put away. We weren't playing Thunder Junction. So no cowboy hat. Kikis. As I do need to draw, like, a little Kiki for our Baba streams. Kiki has hat, I need hat? Compelling argument. Jump Kiki. Oh, yes, I see. Oh, I could do a baseball hat. I don't know if I could actually do that justice, but maybe I'll give that a shot. Jump Kiki looking for hot babas in your area at top of tower. Sent you new sentence, please respond. Oh no, okay. I think Jump King would significantly benefit from the float keyword, actually. I think this would be a much better game. Waha! Okay. Kiki is float. Yep. I think if we get past the chimney jump, we'll call it. Because we're getting mighty close. Did you ever see the hot babe of some spoilers? No, I have not. Oh, I might have seen. I don't remember. If I have seen the hot babe at the top, I do not recall. Johan is win also would be useful. Okay, it made the chimney jump. Ow! Okay. Just want to get back to where we were. Chimney is jumped. I know. Yep. If we fail at that point after another successful chimney jump, I will need to call it. I want to get to a good spot, but also I have things I must do, sadly. Can't let go. I am trapped. All is done. No! Waha! We will make it. I'm gonna make it up this tower if it kills me. You is done. Not quite! One more! One more! Genuinely one more. All feeling you is not you. No! We're getting Baba ruled. Jump Kiki is not you. Then how am I supposed to play? No. One more chimney jump. We've got it in us. Johann is vessel. Okay. We make it back to okay. We will make it back to Bargenberg. That is my bargain. We will make it back to Bargenberg, and once we are at Bargenberg, we will bid adieu. Ha ha. I'm just piloting my ink suit. That also sounds strange. Waha. We jump. Jumpeth. Jumpeth kingeth. I would have been so sad if I jumped through that window entirely. Piloting the vessel, the meat suit. But also think, Blob, the full name of the babe is like the smoking hot babe. Why that smoking? I don't know. Oh, no, you can do that. Oh, that's awful. No, relationship ended with that route. Only other way. Nope. Do not like. Do not want. I thought it might be superior, but no. No, no, no. As Baba once said, Johann is vessel, you is alive. Huzzah! I'm glad to be alive. Full jump going to the left. Yep, I am trapped in vessel. This is true, but I also forget many things. Simply because someone has told me a thing does not mean that I should know it. Well, it means I probably should know it, but does not mean that I will know it. Knew it? Know it. Little jump. Medium. Little jump. Medium jump. There we go. Full jump. Going to the right. Okay. Yeah, we just gotta lock that in. That's all we gotta do. Oh no. Going upstairs. Like mayonnaise? What? On an I do not understand. This is more of your generational nonsense. Okay, bye-bye. Fare thee well. Okay, okay. Maybe we call it there. I think it's closer to your generation than Alpha. I don't even know generations anymore, man. Look up mayonnaise in the escalator? Possibly. I think I need to call it there. I think my strength is deserting me, and we will just keep getting stuck. Escalatro, like Blatro? That's what I thought it was. But, no, I think Jump King is no longer me. It must be done. But, thank you all for watching. This has been a pretty hip-hop and happening stream. It's been fun. We may have ended not much further than we started, but we got to see some cool stuff. We're getting better. We're getting further. We will progress more. Absolutely. Thank you for hopping in. Thanks for the follows, folks. It's cool. We're only one follower away from affiliate. I don't think I'll become affiliate, but that's super cool. That's so neat. And it's fun we had so many people talking, which is so cool. So yeah, thank you. I will be calling it for today, but I will be back probably with a magic draft tomorrow morning, and then a little mix of stuff and some more Jump King tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank y'all. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Bye.